Well. Hello to day 70. Wow. We've hit another epic milestone. 70th day of live streaming. We have survived. Well, we still have the stream to go, but I assume we will survive the stream. So welcome, guys. Thanks for being here. Wow, YouTube is quite busy today. That's really cool to see. Welcome, guys. And hello, L. You were the first one in the chat. So let me make sure to award you with some beautiful, beautiful PPs. Where is L? There is L. Let me refresh. Good evening, good sir, to you
Good
too.
evening, good sir.
I don't know which TTS voice that is. Yo, L thing, you're actually at exactly 20,000 PPs right now. Oh, I'm assuming you must have gambled something. That's why. Okay. For a second, I was like, yo, what are the odds? But let me go ahead and give you 300 more, shall we? Cool. Well, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for making this an entertaining stream in the first few minutes already. Wow. Yeah, I don't know which voice that was. Hold on. What did I choose? Oh, it's the bodyguard voice. Okay. I guess we'll try it out. Okay. You said, hey, yo, Bell. Well, thank you very much, L. I saw that. I have fed my cats. I got a bunch of new wet food for them, mainly for kimbap. So I don't know if you guys can hear, but I can hear the clanging sound of him just like trying to get every last bit of morsel from that can. I suspect Nala will not eat the rest of her food either. You can see her right now in the darkness over there, which means at some point I'm going to have to pause the stream because Kimbap is going to want to jump up there and do the thing he's done in the past few days and steal her food, which I cannot allow because he's going to become a fat ass again and throw up all the food. So that's one thing I'm going to have to make sure to do in a minute. Hopefully, if you guys are paying attention on my behalf, let me know if you see Kimbap hop up there. Okay, so I fed my cats. I've been working. Today was kind of like a midday for me in terms of how productive I was. I'll be doing a bit of my necessary work on the stream, so you guys will see. Anyways, thank you, L and BC. What's up, BC? Did you win? Are you winning? Looks like you are. Damn. Wait, BC lost 10,000 prize pixels and now has 50,000. Dude, I assumed you're going to hit 1 million anytime now. And here we are. Less than what I gave you. Anyways, welcome, man. Welcome, everyone. And hello, Troy. And hello, everyone, again on the YouTube side as well. Good evening, good sir. There's a cooldown L. Oh, on the points system. Gotcha. Yeah, you're down to 50,000. Damn. Well, anyways, look. You've got the rest of the stream to make it up. And technically, just by being on the stream, I believe, just from the watch hours or the watch time, you do technically gain PPs. Who would have thought? Thank you. Someone did something. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Eric Rangel. Thank you very much on the YouTube side. Yo, our YouTube's been popping off. That product review that I made, it definitely is outperforming. It's like overperforming my expectations. But that one video got me like 500 subscribers in a day, which was crazy. I was like, I don't know, is that like a typical thing? I'm still too new to YouTube to really understand like the functions of. Oh, speaking of which, there goes Kimbap off to the kitchen. Hey, Kimbap. Nobody. And the thing is, this food is like crack cocaine to him. So usually when I say his name, when I tell him no, he looks at me immediately, and then usually he won't do the thing, right? Now, when I say his name, when I say no, he doesn't even break his gaze to the food. So we got an issue on our hands. But anyways, the video's been doing well. Thank you everyone who's shouted it out, shared it, left comments, liked it, all of the above. I do appreciate it, and it is showing. Your guys' support is definitely helping boost the video. So yeah. What's up, Mark? Mark says it was a great video and on a product people are excited about. That is true. We are, and I've never shied away from this. I've never lied from this. Okay, we are milking to the maximum this new Nikon ZR. You know, this is like one of those, you've been handed a golden goose. Oh no, I'm back to PTSD. I'm gonna be looking around to see if Kimbap's stealing the food every like 5 minutes. But yes, we were handed a golden goose by Nikon. So I figure as a small YouTuber, small creator, I might as well maximize whatever's possible in terms of kind of sharing it out, sharing the content. And then, yeah, hopefully people will tune into my streams or my videos to get some insights. And then really it's a question of, do I have good insights? And thankfully, this trip kind of sells itself. I was very fortunate that things worked out, right? So I had pitched this concept of like traveling to this chimpanzee island, Ngamba Island, 45 minutes off the coast of Entebbe, Uganda. And because I was there for only like 3 days, but in those 3 days, I ended up filming so much, like just nonstop, recording everything in 6K, 60p, Red RAW, 4K, 120p, and having a good subject to have quality content on absolutely does help. So hopefully for people who are tuning in for the first time, if you're checking out my stream and you're seeing me edit some of these footages, these are all shot with the Red RAW format, so the R3D NE codec. And we've been spending, the past 2 to 3 weeks, ever since I got back from this trip and started streaming again, we've definitely been kind of showcasing as much of it as possible. And we're going to showcase more of it today because I do need to rework my 5-minute documentary because I need to get it exported into like the DCI format, the DCP format, something like that. So I think there's like some upcoming event that I was invited to. And so I think they want to showcase some of my footages, but I have to make sure that it's in the right format because I think they're going to be showing it on a big screen. I don't know all the details yet. Hey, Kimbap. Oh, my instincts are so sharp. I just had this feeling this is the time. Now is the time to look behind you. And as I look behind me, I see Kimbap on his hind legs getting ready to like try to peek over and hop up there. So, little cheeky bastard. He's okay. At some point, I'll point the camera over there so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It is just a never-ending battle. Yeah. So normally we do have this little cat camera here. But as I've been saying, they've been a little bit busy over in the kitchen area this way. So I don't think you can see him because I have too many random shit on the ground there. But just behind this tripod here is Kimbap's face. Yep, there he is. I don't know if you guys can see, but he's just kind of chilling over there. He was over here earlier near the guitar, and the goal is to hop up to that countertop and steal all that precious tuna whatever, wet food, canned food that I got him. So anyways, as I continue to look behind me and make sure he doesn't steal it, part of me thinks I should just put it away, but the other part of me feels like I need to train Kimbap to not do that. So I feel like, without hitting him, I need to figure out a way that I can scold him or warn him every time he does the action of trying to steal the food. And I don't know, maybe in the future he will actually behave, or I don't know if this is like a fruitless, or what do you call it, just a pointless task. But I need to try. Is that a wooden barrel in the middle of the kitchen floor? I definitely don't own any. What am I, like Donkey Kong or something? I don't own any wooden barrels. But let me see. What were you referring to? Oh, okay, hold on. You know what? I rescind my sarcastic tone with you, Thing. I think you're absolutely right. That does look like a wooden barrel. That is just a wicker basket, or that's like a laundry basket, but it's like cloth material. It's like the springy, it's got a coil inside of it, so it kind of keeps the shape, but it is definitely not made of wood. I have my laundry machine right there. So just underneath in the dark space is the washer dryer. Not really a real dryer. So you caught me doing laundry there. It's like a never-ending thing. It's just too dark. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I'll put some light over there at some point. But the thing is, I'm not like the cleanest at all times, okay? And so there's like a messy countertop. And as you saw, I've been doing laundry. So if I turn on the light, then you guys will see all of the mess that I've been making. So maybe if I am more disciplined before the stream, then I'll keep a light on over there and show you guys more. I do want to, at some point, figure out how to like do more mobile streaming. So if somehow I can figure out a clean way to connect my phone to the stream, and then let's say, you know what, even take my phone with me and I'll show you guys the chaos that I deal with when I feed my cats. Because like Kimbap, he like will meow the longest meow that the world has ever heard, where there's like no breath. He just does it, right? He's so spoiled. So anyways, Elle, you got a concert tonight. What lens should I bring? Yo, well, you know, I've been saying, you know what, every comment, I've been getting so many comments on my YouTube videos asking what lenses did I use, and I keep repeating it, but the fact that I keep repeating it makes me also realize this must be some of my favorite lenses. But the 85mm 1.2, I am an absolute huge fan of that, and I figure if you're in a concert setting, maybe given that low light situation, the 1.2 might be nice with some nice bokeh. I don't know. But Elle, you are the expert here. I've never shot a concert before, so what can I say on that? 85 sounds cool. If you end up with a telephoto lens, would that be too much? Because I'm assuming you want a bit of the crowd mixed in. I guess it also depends how close you are to the stage. But the closest I own to that is a 50 to 100 1.8. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, a 1.8, I'm a huge fan. Anything 2.8 or below, I always feel like the quality is just so cinematic. So yeah, the 50 to 100 is what I would go with then. Okay, so here's what I'm going to be working on today. So it's going to be no shock to anyone here, but I'll be working on my Nikon ZR footages. So previously I was working through all of the cinematic shots. So I was going through every single shot and then stabilizing all of them. I believe all of it is now stabilized, but we do need to continue going through them because I just did a blanket stabilization on everything. So we'll review and see. And then I need to do the proper color grading to each of the shots. However, like I said, because I got this request where I think they will be showcasing my documentary on like a big screen, I need to export my video in the correct format. However, I've never worked with this format before. Elle, you said, ew, he said cinematic about a lens. Yeah, you know what? That word is just going to constantly be in my lexicon now, especially now that we're playing with the ZR and I've said cinematic so many times. So yeah. Cinematic lens, man, that photo looks cinematic. But yes. So, okay, so I need to put this into a DCI format. And I'm so new to this world that I've never done that before. And there's this thing called DCP as well, which I was like, what the hell is that? And I guess it's like a whole packaged formatting file system, which is necessary for like certain screens maybe. So one thing I'm understanding with the DCI is that it's different aspect ratio from what I was doing, like the standard, ultra high definition 4K format, which kind of retains the 16:9, whereas the DCI format is a bit taller, I think. Is it taller? I don't know. The point is the ratio is different, where I would technically need to stretch my footage, because you can see here on the sides, as an example, the sides of the footage have a little bit of a border, so I would need to scale it up. And then here's where I run into some issues. Hey, what's up, Low Bass? Welcome back to the stream. Thank you, Low Bass, for being here. Thank you, LBC. You guys are a staple in the community, so I appreciate you guys. And then welcome, guys, on the YouTube side. Man, our YouTube stream is growing. And obviously it has to do with the Nikon ZR stuff. But you know what? I appreciate it. So, okay, so let me get into the really complicated, probably boring, but I still want to talk about it because I'm struggling and I need to figure this out. When I made my original 5-minute documentary, I was shooting, this is before DaVinci Resolve had the ability to be compatible with the R3D any codec files, because obviously it wasn't in the market yet, so DaVinci just couldn't read the files. So Nikon provided me with, they gave me the instructions where I needed to download some other software, which then can convert the R3D any codec files into something that DaVinci can read, which was like a .mov Apple ProRes 4444. So that's basically what I did, right? So I was working off of these Apple ProRes 4444 files, which are pretty high quality. However, it's not necessarily the exact same. It's not the original, right? So I was always working off of a proxy, essentially, even though it's a high quality proxy. And then from that file is what I use to make my documentary. So what you're seeing in front of you right now, this on my screen, this is the documentary. This is the original project timeline I used to make the actual thing that I've published. Now, to make things a bit more frustrating / complicated is, well, one, I now have the original files, right? So instead of having to play with, in this example here where it says dsc_2024.mov, I have now the dsc_2024.r3d. So it's like, oh, why not use the original where possible? I don't know how much of a difference it would make in the quality, but I would assume it's always just better use the original resolution or original quality, all that. But then here's the other issue I've run into. Since I've made this, because these files take up so much space, I ended up deleting. I don't have access to these MOV files anymore, or at least not all of them, because some of them I just kind of wiped from the memory cards and all that, because it's like, okay, I don't need this because I have access to the original files. Okay, so if you guys are still following along with all the random shit I said, point is, some of the original files that I have, I don't have access to anymore because I've deleted them. And then regardless, all of the files that I used to make my original documentary film were using those high quality proxy files. So part of me wants to go through the really tedious task of going through my original project timeline and replacing all of the B rolls, all of the A rolls of the ZR footages with the new updated, right, files, which means I have to do a lot of reworking. I would need to, for instance, find this exact file and then find where I started, where I end. I would have to do it for each of these footages that you see. But you know what? I think it's going to be fun. And also it's just, you know, you guys can also see, because I didn't get to share this on stream, right? When I made this, I do enjoy showing the behind the scenes of how do I make my videos. And this one, because it was so secretive and all that fun stuff, I didn't actually get to share with you guys the process of making it. So now here we go. I get to show you guys. But yeah, I didn't know how to say that in a more succinct way, unfortunately. So thanks for listening to me. Brandon, oh, on the YouTube side. Hello, all you people from YouTube side. Well, thank you, BC, for being over on the, I won't say the dark side, but you are now there. So I appreciate it. Showing love on this side, considering I'm always on the Twitch chat. You know, I've personally, when I watch like streams and stuff, I kind of enjoy YouTube mainly for the function of rewinding. 'Cause, like, oftentimes maybe I'll watch a stream and then I'm late to the stream, so I'll start it and then I can just 2x speed and then catch myself up. Whereas with Twitch, I don't think that's possible. But the thing I like about Twitch is that when you exit the app, if you're like multitasking on your phone anyways, you have that little embedded player, so you can also still see what's going on while I'm, like, you know, playing chess or whatever else I have to do on the phone. But thank you for showing love on both sides. Low base, would you rather use a cheap diffuser stuck only on the lens with an elastic band or ring flash macro? Sorry, I got PTSD of my cats again. Diffuser with rubber band. I've never done that before. That sounds really cool. I've actually used both of those things, and the cheap diffuser gives better results. Damn, you guys are on another level there. Can't do Twitch. YouTube is way more convenient. Okay, well, yeah, listen, I appreciate all of them. Kick as well, even though Kick, again, like as we say, it's the middle child, or it's the child that seems to struggle the most. But I love all three platforms, but I appreciate the 2 people on Kick, which I always just assume is spam, but or some kind of bot. AK is just too expensive for me. What's up, BC? I have had at least 4 ring flashes and hated them all. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Let me figure out how I can... So my assumption is on the audio side, everything's fine. I need to now duplicate this project timeline. Hey, guys. Hey. Now my cats are fighting. Come on. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah. Let's go to my timeline. I need to duplicate this so I don't end up... Or I can always make changes and not worry about it. Let's open this guy up. I'm going to drag this over... I don't know where. Let's just drag it towards the... I have way too many project timelines opened. let's bring it over there. Okay, so now that I have this new timeline, let's rename this. This is the final DCI DCP version. By the way, can you guys hear my cat? I can never tell if this, because obviously this mic is really good quality. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat, but Kimbap is just going nuts behind me. Low base, you've also had a twin head macro flash. Jeez. Yo, Jerome Paris. Jerome Paris. Damn, my French is not good enough. But thank you very much for following on YouTube. Hells yeah. What I wish I had would be a mini magic arm with a diffuser attached to it, mounted on the tripod collar or something like that. Damn. Oh, you know, Elthing, I was mentioning you, I think yesterday on the stream, because there were some new people who had joined our stream, and they were asking questions about, or they were mentioning like how they want to use, like, they collect, one person said they collect like vintage lenses to put on to like modern cameras and stuff. I was like, yo, I feel like there's someone in the chat, Elthing, who also collects all the lenses in the world. So there's chaos happening behind me, and I just keep turning my head, and I don't see the action. I just see the residuals. But, okay, anyways. Hey, guys. Kimbap. Kimbap. No. No. Nala. No. God damn it. Being a cat parent... Actually, I'm curious. Is it tougher to raise, like, is it easier to have dogs or cats? I have no idea. But I am struggling here. Okay, so now that I have this new version, let's go ahead and change the timeline settings to the DCI something something. And like I said, this is my first time playing with this. I don't know if I'm going to end up ruining stuff. But there's this one that says 4096 by 2160 DCI. So I'm assuming that's what I need to choose. Scale entire image to fit. Scale full frame with crop. I don't know. So let's see if I hit OK. Hold on. Output. Use timeline settings for output scaling. Scale entire image to fit. All right. F it. Let's try. Okay, yeah, see here, I just saw everything just expanded out. But the good news, it looks like it... No, it didn't fit. It didn't fix everything, because I have the little overlay thing put on. Let me just remove the output blanking. So this is, yeah, so now I have all my footage. However, you can see there's that little bar on the left and the right side, because now the resolution or the aspect ratio has changed. So now I need to figure out, what do I do? I'm assuming the easiest thing is, or not the easiest, but I would have to stretch each of my footages to match. But, man, this is going to be a lot of time. Yo, thank you very much for the follow, JWL on YouTube. All right. Low base, L is shooting a concert. In terms of the subject. Or that's what Elle said earlier, but yeah. Okay, so here's my struggle session. I've got audio. Let's start replacing everything. Oh, and there's something I was hearing, because like I was trying to export a DCP format, and it was telling me I have the incorrect audio track. I have the wrong number of audio tracks. So I think like when you're doing a DCP, I think I have to like have, I don't know, there's all these things I need to learn.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest.
So here's what I think I'll do. I think I will... I'm going to disable... Yeah, okay, let's just do it this way.
When a chimp approaches you.
So for instance, now I want to replace this one with our actual version. DSC 2024, and I think I have that somewhere here anyways. Okay, so let me take this guy. Wait, is this the right footage? No, no, no. This is the wrong footage. Where are you? This one. Okay, so let me copy this. Yeah, I'm so unorganized too, so this is going to be a lot of like hopping around a bunch of project timelines. We're going to go to this DCI version. And then I think what I'll do is I need to create one video track somewhere. So we'll go with this one. Oh shit. I accidentally overwrote something. So damn it. Where was it? Final version. I just need to copy over the video, not the audio. So let me copy that. Okay. All right, here we go. So no need to be complicated. Bugs or flora detail. What? Mostly 1-to-1 with my 180mm. I just like the ability to move it around like it's attractive with the rubber band. Gotcha. So no need to be complicated. Grab one of those cheap diffusers. Man, it's so cool having like photographers and, you know, people in this space. I feel like when I'm hearing you guys talk about these, I'm like, yo, I've never even heard of half the things you guys are saying. And it sounds really cool. If you guys have examples of shots that you've taken with these kind of diffusers or whatever else you're talking about, do feel free to share it in the Discord. Okay, so I need to create an extra... I need one extra video track. And let me just bring these two down. Okay, so we do need the 3 tracks, so maybe I will... God damn it. Alright, now I'll drop something off the countertop. Give me 1 second, guys. BRB. I got cat stuff to take care of. And look, it wasn't Kimpop's fault. Kimpop is chilling over here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, here is the cheekiest of bastards, but now he looks all well behaved. Do not be fooled. But this is a good boy right now. So he did not cause the problem. Let me go take care of whatever Nala just did. Be right back. Oh my god.
Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too.
Whew. Okay, I was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected. Hey, who needs breakfast, you know? Alright. After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera and iPhone. We probably could have called it a day after a few takes, but let's be honest, the kids in us could not resist the joy of spending an entire lazy afternoon in our own dusty playground, kicking up sand just because we can. Okay, crisis averted. She spilled the wet food onto the floor. So, yeah, it is what it is. All right, we are back. So, what was I doing? I was dropping some now. Oh, okay, cool. Let's check this out. Where did you drop it? Oh, I see. Yo, these are cool. All right, hold on. Let's open this up on stream. And welcome, guys. I think there's a number of people that are probably new to my stream, just based on the number of people watching. We're very new. I say we a lot. This is my 3rd month of live streaming, so I appreciate you guys being here. And I am streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So feel free to follow me on any of those platforms. I will love you forever. We did finally hit 100 followers on Twitch. Oh, what just happened there? Yo. Oh, it's Honyasu. Hello, Honyasu. Thank you for the raid. How cool is that? As I was just talking about...
Is the Enhancer standalone product or a widget for other editing programs like Resolve?
Yo, Service, thank you very much for the $5. Man, you are the man, if you are a man. But thank you, I appreciate it. And also, Service, I think these are your photos, right? I'm on the Discord now, so I'm just opening up a few things. Thank you very much, Honyasu, for the epic raid. Honyasu, it's been a while. I feel like it's been a while since I last saw you. And we were editing some Japan stuff, Japan photos. Oh my god, yesterday I was getting a little bit too sucked into the Fox photos because I was looking through some of the shots and we have some really, really cool Fox photos to edit. So anyways, thank you for being here. Thank you for the epic raid. And Service USA, thank you again for that $5 donation. You asked a question here, so let me read it. Is Dehancer a standalone product or a widget for other editing programs like Resolve? It is a plugin. Yeah, so it's a plugin that, it's baked into Resolve. So for instance, when I'm using DaVinci Resolve here, as you can see, let's say I want to use Dehancer. I don't know if I used it already, but let's say we're going to take this shot here. Hold on one second. Yeah, we'll just take this shot. So then what I would do is I would just create a node and you can search in the effects. There's a Dehancer. So basically just install it into Dehancer. It also works for Lightroom. So I did play around with it on Lightroom as well. It works with like Final Cut Pro. It works for all the programs. So yeah, it's a plugin that works. I don't think there's like a standalone like software you can open up. I think you do have to open up through the other services. But yeah, I've been really liking Dehancer. I do have to make a Dehancer review video. That's on my to-do list. I'm quite excited for it, to be honest, because I've had some really cool results with Dehancer. So I know it's going to be very fun. I'm going to take care of that off stream though, just because there's a lot of I need to record my screen and all that fun stuff. But yeah. But thank you guys for being here. I think today is the largest viewing stream today. I usually don't pay attention, but I saw a number pop through. I was like, that can't be real. But it says I have like 22 people watching on YouTube. That's crazy. And again, thank you, Honyasu, for that raid. Hello. Keep on with the photos. Yeah, man. Oh, the photos, it's calling to me. I was looking last night. Man, what were we had some of these photos of the foxes, like some perfect shots, I say perfect, but like from my standard, there are some really cool shots that I have to edit, mainly of the foxes that I was like, holy shite, we're gonna have some fun with this. So yeah, I do want to get to that, but I also have a bunch of stuff on the but like Nikon Red Raw footage and this project in particular to work on. So we'll see. I'll try to juggle between the two. But yes, Service. Oh yeah, sorry, we were looking at photos. My bad. I get a bit distracted. So Service, you had sent these photos yesterday. This is with the Nikon D5200 with the Opteka.
Where were we? Oh yeah, photos in this squad.
You know what? I beat you to it. So, yeah. It's like I read your mind. So this is a shot from the Service. The D5200 with Opteka 85mm manual lens. Oh wait, Service. I think it was you yesterday saying that you collect vintage lenses. Am I mistaking someone else? But anyways, because I was just telling Elle, who is in the chat, who reminded me that we were looking at photos in Discord, that someone I talked to yesterday collected vintage lenses. And I was like, yo, Elle is totally the person who does that as well, I feel. If you would like to join the Discord, let me go ahead and pop that in the chat as well. We are looking to build up a fun community. You can share your content, your photos, videos, ask questions, all that. Leave the red log files to your video manager, yet to be found. I need a manager. I need an editor. I need everything, okay? I need a moderator. I need all the ers, okay? Does Dehancer include a downscaler? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I've never used a downscaler before. I've never had to. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. We can look into it though. Okay, so yeah, photos. So thank you, Service, for sending this over. So these are shot D5200. I don't know what an Opteka 85mm manual lens. So I'm assuming this is one of those vintage ones you're talking about. But either way, super sick, man. And you sent me 2 versions, so America. Oh yeah, you're called the Service USA. Hells yeah. Well, that's very cool, man. This is like super super badass looking. So this is the Opteka 85mm lens. Well, damn. And then this is with the diffuser. So this is from L thing. So L, you sent with the elastic diffuser. So what is an elastic diffuser? Elastic diffuser. Is it just literally like a filmy or like some kind of translucent thing you pop on for lens? Oh, like a cloth. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I don't know if this is for the lens. This might be for like flash material. But I get the point. So basically you just put something as like a filter while you're shooting. Yo, these are sick, man. Wow, wow, wow. Oh wait, I think you sent this. I think you shared this before. I could be wrong, but I think you sent. Yeah, I remember seeing these photos. Unless someone else sent me something that looks very similar. Because I think BC in the chat, was it you who said you have some kind of phobia for like bugs, like these kind of things, where you have the porous eyes and whatever it is? Yeah, this conversation's. I feel like I'm remembering bits and pieces. But thanks for sharing these. These are epic, man. No clue what it's called. Low base knows more than me. Gotcha. Well, listen, guys. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, Honyasu, again, and everyone else, wherever you are in the world. Oh, yeah, someone, I think yesterday was from Honduras. That was really cool. All right, anyways. So this is our 5-minute documentary film that was shot with the Nikon ZR. And I'm going to be replacing every one of these footages with the original files, because these were all proxy files that I used, and so I want to have the OG, right, the actual R3D NE codec. So this one is the first one to go, but first I needed to create an extra track, and then let's drag all of these kind of like text overlays or things that are not visuals or like video files. Let's drag these ones up one level. And then let's create one more track above. So this is going to be the track I use to replace everything without hopefully affecting the files below. So let's figure out, where did I start the footage? So right around here, staring that way with the fist grip. Okay, so right here, something here. Oh man, this is gonna be a really tedious task. And I also need to slow this down to change clip speed to 40%.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure.
Hmm. Wait, did I use a different part of the footage? Why is this so different?
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest.
Okay, I see. I used the wrong part. Asking L, how dare you assume I know anything? Yeah, you can't take that away from me. I am the one that knows nothing. All right, so where would I start? It's also, oops. Let me reduce this a bit. Okay. God damn it, this is gonna be the death of me.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble.
I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly aligned. This is just iteration number 2. So obviously we can make improvements now. Oh, I can finally update the video to fix the thing that some of you guys in chat found super annoying that I did in the video, where I had the subtitles shifted to the left when I had some lower thirds pop in. So now we can make those fixes finally. What do I need to do? Okay, let's go ahead and increase this. Let's stabilize this. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, let's see. Are we roughly in line? So we end, the final frame is when the chimp is looking, when it turns and looks at the camera. Okay, so let's make that the same at the end. So right when it turns and looks at the camera, there we go. So then right around here, we cut it and we drag it to the end. And I think we should have almost frame by frame equivalent shot. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it's just with the crop. So now let's go back and let's stabilize. Translation, stabilize. All right, we're getting there. I can't believe I'm doing this. But you know what? It's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be work that I will thank myself later for doing. Because if I don't do this now, I don't have access to a lot of the original files anyways. And this way, if in case I want to make my 15-minute version of this documentary, I have it within reach. I can, add from this as opposed to having to start over. I'm going to have to deal with this at some point is what I'm saying. So let's see now.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
Okay, so while that's good, obviously I have to make some adjustments to like the actual positioning of the shot. So I have to double check, what did I do? And can I just quickly copy it? Because the problem is I did keyframes here. And I don't know if it's easy enough to copy and paste keyframes from one footage to the next. I don't actually know if that's possible. Let's find out. Send some more in the Discord for you and the service. And the service, I like that. I don't see it. Oh, also, I don't know if Kavai is going to be in the chat later. but I see that Kavai sent a video. Now the problem with videos, it's like harder for me to share it on the stream because I have to like download the freaking file as opposed to just bring it on as like a link. And then you're working on my editing skills. Oh, nice. Okay, Service. I'm gonna check out that video later. Just because I tend to avoid, as of now, I'm trying to avoid any like videos on stream with soundtrack, stuff like that. If it doesn't have any soundtrack, then I can open it up. But okay, so if I copy this, copy, and can I paste attributes, specifically the keyframes? I'm just assuming it's not possible, but let's see. Maybe composition mode, rotation angle, zoom, scale, anchor. I'll just pick everything, even though I didn't use any of these. Crop left, none of that. Retime process, motion estimation, fusion effects. Okay, let's see.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest.
Actually, it looks almost the exact same. Let's see.
Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
It worked. Okay. Although I just saw something in the last few frames. I think it zoomed out too much. Yeah, because then you can see the sides started to shrink out. Shit. Okay. I mean, we can fix this. I can fix this. How do I fix this? The last frame will make it all the way there. Okay. Did I fix it? Hells yeah. Oh man, this is going to be... Okay, that's really nice to know. Because this should make my job a bit easier if I can just copy and paste the bottom frame or the former shot to the new shot. And then I think I'm fine with the color grading. We'll have to double check if it gets too dark in the export, but otherwise looks fairly good to me. Maybe a slight bit of noise to remove, but you know what? Should be fine. Okay, now let's replace the bird shot 0926. Where am I going to find this? Service, you said all soundtracks on my videos are originals made for my projects by my composer in Italy. Yo, damn, you have your own composer? What the hell, man? Your video cemented the greatness of the ZR in my head. Hells yeah, dude, I gotta screenshot that. I need to pay someone to just go through my live stream chat and collect all the comments about the ZR. Only the good ones, but yeah. So this is your video, you're right? The Martial Enlightenment? Here, I'm using a different YouTube channel for stream, so I'll follow on my actual one. Or actually, I guess it doesn't matter for you, right? World-renowned action actor, stuntman, and fight choreographer from the UK. Interesting. So wait, this is your video, is that right? Oh wait, are you okay with me playing your video on stream? Let me know. If it's your video, I'm not sure. I think you mentioned this is yours, but let me know. In the meantime, I gotta figure out, is there a faster way for me to get to all the original shots? Okay, I don't think I have it, so let me bring all the project timelines with the original files closer to my working timeline. You said yes, that's my video. My composer's name is Eros Carticini. That's a cool name. Georgie, you said, great stuff. Highly considering getting the ZR over the GH7. Yo, thank you very much. Let me clear my throat. Thank you very much, Georgie. And also, I'm going to screen grab what you said there and send it over to Nikon as well. I need all the proof points, and then I need to prove that I don't know you guys. You did not. I did not pay you guys to say them. That's your video. Okay, I'll play it. Low base. My lunch today is being delivered by Jesus. All caps. I feel like I should have tipped more. Should you have? Or would he throw the... Let me think. Would you want to tip Jesus more? Or would he scold you for that? I don't know. Because then what if you tip him more and you're like, why didn't you tip everything? Or why didn't you tip me 10% of your earnings? Tithing. His name is in all caps. Nice. Okay. So let me bring these two over, 4K 120 and 4K 60. Okay. Doing a little bit of organization, and I know that the shot I need next is from my 4K 120p shots. It should be. So let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I do need to make a YouTube video just on the whole tunnel shots. These are definitely by far the coolest shots that I took from this trip, and with the ZR. So okay, I think a bunch of these shots I need to carry over, but let's just start with the first one. Where are you? This one? 0927 0927 0926. Okay, so I need 0926. This one. Okay, let's copy it over.
To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
Just need wine and you have communion? Nice, nice. Oh yeah, wait, he's delivering you bread and wine? Gotcha, I missed that. He is actually delivering bread? Nice. I totally can see that as a joke, where it's like, you complain to Uber Eats about Jesus, and it's like, well, why are you complaining? It's like, I ordered a bottle of water, but he gave me, but it was a bottle of wine instead. Jeez, yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm making myself laugh here. But there is totally a joke there. That must be a joke that someone's done before. Hello, I would like to complain about my Uber Eats driver, Jesus. Okay. Where am I? I need to find... Let's find the end. Maybe ending is easier to find. So, chimp. Oh yeah, and also I have the ability to change it up myself. So...
On this island, this balance so the world can keep its footing.
So the key thing is I needed to... So I think I shared this before, but it's been a while since I talked about this, so maybe this will be of interest, I don't know. So when I was making this short film, I had the recordings from the doctor that I mainly used throughout the script, or throughout this video. And so there's a line here that that he says, where he's like, in this something about balance. And I had happened to I caught this footage of this bird trying to balance on this like rope extending from the boat. So at the time, I thought this was a really cool shot that could be somewhat poetic or thematic, because it kind of captures the essence of what the video is about, which is how do you find balance between mankind, our impact, our presence on nature, and the animals living there, the wild. So I figured this shot right here kind of embodied that. So as you hear his lines, then I'm trying to map it to a shot where you see first it should be focused on the bird, and then the focus will shift over to the boat. And then you'll also see at the very end, it says chimpanzee on the side of the boat. So then that also leads to where the text title comes in. So, okay, let's work with this though. Okay, so focus comes in roughly around here. Oh, look how good. I'm on the money. I think I got it exactly on the right frame too. Like a boss. Okay, so then let's extend this. And then same thing. I wonder, can I just copy this and then paste the attributes for any changes I did? Let's see. Oh, it did. It worked. Saving time. I thought I was going to have to spend the entire stream just like doing this, but there's hope for me yet. Let's see how it looks. Oh yeah, sorry, Service, I was going to watch your video. Wait, can I watch your video? You said it's your video, but you okay if I watch it? Or did you want me to show it on stream? I have no idea. You have cream soda, Dr. Pepper. Yeah, that doesn't work with Jesus. Oh, something was wrong there. The last frame hopped back. Nope. Okay, I think I fixed it.
Then we leave room. On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing.
All right, next shot. 0921. 0921. And this was in the 4K 120. 0921. Here it is. Let's copy it over. Oh, and then my next challenge is if I just literally put it here, if I copy this and then just paste it on the entire clip, will it actually know where to cut, where to trim the footage? Let's see. No, it did not. It's fine if you want to watch it. Okay, let's put on. It's not too long, so. Yeah, I like this already. Super cinematic, as we say. I like the soundtrack, man. This composer is really good. Sifu. I've heard that word. Is that a Chinese word? Sifu. Welcome to Martial Alignment. Yo, that was very good, man. Really, really cool. And thank you for sharing that. Damn. So this is Martial Enlightenment. I'll put a link in the chat. How do I grab this? So that's from Service USA. Yo, so did you like film a lot of this? So you're saying you filmed it all, or what was your role in that? Did you actually interview this guy? Either way, that was well done. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's continue figuring out all the files. Oh yeah, so let me recopy and paste that because is it 0921? God, this is like the most tedious thing. Of all the tedious things that I do on stream, this has got to be up there.
Everything here is a lesson in.
Okay, so basically I need the shot as the as we focus in on the background. So we got that focus pull effect. Let's see where it is. Okay, this part here. And then let's try to mirror. Let me cut this as well. Okay, so this frame is when it first shifts its head. So we need to pop it back a bit. Money, money. We got it. Okay. So then let's cut this. And then now we will copy and then paste the attributes. And then we have to add in our own 1.07 to get it to stretch across. Service, you said contact Eros if you want music made for any track specifically made for your projects. Yo, that, I mean, that would be the perfect solution, but I don't have infinite money for me to spend on those things right now. But I appreciate it. I mean, clearly the guy is super talented. There's a few things that I'm working on, and I actually had someone reach out to me from like a one of those like sound library platforms to see if I would want to try out their product. So there's a part of me that also sees the value in, yo, thank you very much for the follow. Costlico on the Twitch. Hells yeah. Twitch side. Hells yeah. Thank you for being my, I think you are my 101st follower or something to that effect, but thank you. Yeah, so a part of me also thinks that I need to work with these companies from a business angle to make sure that I, you know, can maximize monetizing this and making it a sustainable business. Costlico, you asked, I was wondering how is the new Nikon ZR? It's amazing. So right now I am re-editing my Nikon ZR documentary. It's not a documentary on the ZR. It's my short film documentary that I've made. You can see it on my YouTube channel. It's also pinned on all of the chats. But yeah, I'm reworking it because I am updating it with the proper R3D files as opposed to the, you know, the ones that I had to work with prior to the announcement. So right now what you're seeing is the R3D files, and I'm just trying to map it up to each of the shots.
Everything here is in balance.
Okay. So it's not okay. I wasn't properly set up here actually.
Everything here is a lesson in everything here is a lesson in balance.
Okay, so here's where the head first turns. Did I get it right here? Yeah. Wait, is it? Am I not wrong? Am I right? Head turns here. And then the original file, head turns there. Yeah. But then for some reason... Oh, wait, is there some kind of time warp? Oh, I did some kind of time thing, didn't I? Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I did some kind of change speed effect. Please tell me, dear God, please tell me I can copy that over. Retime process maybe? Motion estimation? Fingers crossed. Let's check it on the last frame. I don't think I did it. God dang it. DaVinci can read red files? Yes, it can now. Or no, it normally reads red files, but this is like a specific new file, right? It's like a R3D-NE codec. So it's, you know, specifically for this camera. So it's a Nikon edition of the red color science. And so at the time, DaVinci wasn't compatible with this file because it was a new camera and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I was mentioning, basically they gave me the software for me to convert the R3D-NE codec files into something that DaVinci could read. Okay, how nitpicky do I want to be here?
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
I'm going to be a bit nitpicky.
Everything here is...
Okay, but the problem is my timeline is so bloated. Or I have too many things open right now, so it's like super, super slow on the rendering. Maybe this is one that's worth... Okay, we are going to turn on the proxies here. Because the problem I run into when I'm doing the proxies and rendering caches is that it eats up all of my storage space. But this might be one of those where it's necessary, so... And let's see, what did I do with the speed on this file originally? So I switched, okay, so I added a speed warp where? There to 120. And then another one at 129. Okay, so I'm just going to try to copy this then. So here, let's add a little keyframe. We'll change this to 120. Costlico, you said, let me go check out your YouTube channel. Oh, nice. We got someone checking it out. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. As a reminder, you can also go to my YouTube channel. I just put in a link here. Make sure to subscribe. Above all else, subscribe. Hit that big ass button. Turn on the alert bell and all that fun stuff. Contact Eros. You said very reasonable rates for Eros' services. I have no doubts, by the way. And like clearly that is a very talented person, but let me put that in the backlog of things. But yeah. Basically, I'm seeing all my money go out one way, and I'm waiting for it to come back the other way. So I have to be very, very mindful what I pay for. And right now, since I already have a bunch of sound subscriptions and potentially companies that might want to work with me, the main thing right now is the video editor. That's above all else. Okay, so 120 linear pitch correction. Let's do 120 linear. Okay. And then the next keyframe is here, 129 smooth. So let me do the same thing, keyframe 129 smooth. Okay, please tell me it's the same. Okay, it's not the same, but it looks at least closer. So what does it look like?
Everything here is a lesson in balance. 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 Everything here is a lesson in balance.
Okay. That's it's not bad. It's not bad. I think it's good enough for us to move to the next clip. So this one is 0837 6K 60 frames. So this is 0837 6K 60 frames. So it's somewhere buried in all of these freaking files. Oh, there is a way to find it faster, I think. What did I say it was called? 0867? No, hold on. Yeah, 0867. 0867. And then reveal in here. Boom. Wait, that's not it. God dang it. Is my memory that bad? 0837. Ah, okay. 0837. Kosliko, you said, I just see some of your work. It was so interesting. How long did you start doing video documentary? That was my first one. So this video that you're watching, the 5-minute one that I made, that was my first attempt at making a documentary. It was a short one, so it's only 5 minutes. I think I will make a 15-minute kind of version. I have a lot of content from this trip, so I will be able to make a longer version later. But for now, we have a 5-minute short documentary film. But yeah, that was my first time. So it was a very nerve-wracking since it was my first time. I did try as much as possible to do the proper preparations, research. I watched a bunch of videos about I watched a bunch of other short documentary films to get an understanding of patterns of how do people, what are different things that I see? How do people do different title sequences? What kind of music choice? Do they do like the 230, the kind of like that anamorphic view style? How many interviewees or how many people do they interview in a short film if there's a person involved? I did a bunch of research beforehand, and then I put a shot list together, and then it was just kind of like all right, let's see if we can do a good job. And definitely shooting with the ZR made it so much easier for me. Like having good content, like good quality visuals, makes the biggest difference, as you can imagine. Because then it's like it almost will mask the things that I do incorrect, because it's like no one's even paying attention because you're showing some fancy thing, or it's like, oh, look at this beautiful chimp, or look at this bird hovering in the sky. So it's like doing a magic trick where you distract people from the blemishes, if you will. Not to say I'm not trying to act like my video has all these blemishes or anything. It's just yeah, we're so new that there's probably so many things that I didn't know how to do. So having nice quality shots made it much more easy. Or actually, it like helped me have more confidence in just making this. Okay, I think I got it. Great job for a first timer. Hopefully more, or hopefully M. I'm guessing that was hopefully more. Or unless it's like hopefully much less. But thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a one-to-one, but like in terms of, while this is my first time doing a documentary, the good thing, it wasn't like I went in fully blind, because I, at the very least, for the past year, if you've been watching my live streams, or if you've been watching anything I pushed out on YouTube, since I started my channel about 1.5 years ago, I have been starting, and I'm sharing a lot of my travel journeys, right? So my vlogs, which are in a sense documentaries. It's just my documentary, right? It's like I'm documenting my story, my diary in a sense. And so I have been, sharing my content from that angle, which is somewhat similar, let's say, to a documentary, and, there shares some similarities. So every video I made doing like the travel vlogs, like at Mongolia, my recent one, or Uganda, it kind of lends itself to, to helping me with this documentary. I just realized I bit my tongue earlier, or not my tongue, I bit my upper lip earlier. So it's like stinging for some reason. Okay. Okay, same thing. Let's copy. Paste attributes. Let's just copy everything. Okay, the only difference here is now we have to start with a bit more of a zoom. So instead of doing 1.07 or 1.0 to, where are you? So originally it was 1 to 1.12, so it's up by, so then I need to increase this to 1.19. Hopefully my first documentary comes out just as good as this, says Service. Listen, man, from what you shared, that video that you that we just watched, that was like really good, man. That was really, really good. Super professional looking. Like it was intriguing, right? It was there's a good balance to like the shots and keeping the pace going. (0838). I cannot believe I'm doing this. You know what I need to, so to help balance this out, because even for me, like having to do this feels a bit draining. I think I'm going to mix up every 2 shots. Then I need to hop over to editing the photos, because those Fox photos are calling to me right now. Where is it? 0838. Okay, it's a 4K 120. 0838. Oh, there you are. Okay, so hovering in the air. So it's got to be somewhere from here. Hovering, one flap. Okay, so we got one clean flap. Closing in, opening out. Closing in and opening out. Let's see. Closing. Oh, it must be. No, no, no. Must be this. Okay. So let me just crop it from here. Okay, so it's definitely within this section. Let's try to match it. Dun, 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 dun. With a nice little flare at the end. Is that it? I don't think so. Yeah, it's not. Is it this one then? Nope. This one? Maybe. What the hell? Oh, I forgot I can just extend myself and see. So, okay. There's when it starts turning. Hold on. Get out of the way. So it starts turning. One flap. Okay, so it's the second flap. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm losing my mind. How come I can't find this? Let's switch this to 20% speed. Oh, that's why. Because I was in the wrong speed. So I'm not able to capture the same exact frame as what it's there. Okay. So it should be one of these. Hold on. Got it. Got it. Okay. Perfect. Jesus. Okay, so let's copy and paste. And then same thing, I need to add extra zoom. So we'll go from 1.07 to 1.19. Okay, this is where I'm going to take a pause from this because my God, this is, what is the equivalent to this? What do people say? It's like watching paint dry. Kind of like that. Although the footage, I mean, listen, footage is nice, but the fox is calling to me, okay? Look at these beautiful fox photos. Now, to be fair, maybe I don't know if I should be editing these fox photos because I'm kind of jumping the gun here, right? But god damn, look at these photos. We got some cool stuff to go through from this day. technically, I'm supposed to be editing from is this day 4? No, day 5. Which is a bit of the owl shots. Although, like I said, I didn't end up with the best for these. So I think just a handful of this is fine. So I think I've already edited, generally speaking, the ones I need to. And we don't need to edit them to be like the best. These are just stuff that I want to be able to put on my website as we promote the trip. So I am or curious what I'm talking about. Oh, did my Lightroom just crash? Ugh, my Lightroom crashed. What the hell? But yeah, if you are new or curious what I'm talking about. Okay, don't send. I do organized group tours. So I am a wildlife and travel photographer. And as of the past couple years, I've started to take people with me on my trips. So it's been a really fun part of what I've been doing. And also it's like as an actual business. So this is like one of the activities that I enjoy doing. And it's just a matter of like saying, look, I have been all over the world, and some of the places I've been to, I believe I have the ability to put the itinerary together, figure out all the logistics, put it on a website, advertise it, and hopefully get people who want to join me in particular, where I can also do workshops and share my knowledge with anyone who joins. But then the main thing is making sure you guys get the shots. So that is essentially what I do is take people to different places. So in the past couple of years, I've taken people mainly to Uganda, but then also to Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Japan. So this Hokkaido trip here, there was 3 photographers who joined me. So yeah, and Colombia was like a scouting trip for me. So I'm now trying to organize for next year. And if you go to my website, you'll see I have 2 tours set up for Uganda, and that's for like the primates. So the gorillas, the chimpanzees, as well as the shoebill storks. So you can join me as we go trekking, searching for these animals, photographing them, just having these encounters. And then what I do is obviously I'm there to just facilitate, make sure you guys get the best shots, have a good time. But then also I'll take photos and videos of people as they would like to be captured, and then obviously take it with you. So Japan is one of those that I'm trying to organize for next year. It would be in February, which is coming up very quickly. So I am trying to accelerate how quickly I'm editing some of these photos, because I need to put it on the website as soon as possible. So with all of that, I need to be a bit faster with how I edit. So we're not going for perfection here. We're just going for like, are these shots that, you know, at a distance or while you're looking through a collage or whatever, it looks like it looks good. If it does, then that's probably good enough. So I'm trying to do a mix of like obviously the wildlife, since this is the big hook, is like, hey, join me on exploring wildlife in Japan, in Hokkaido. But also trying to show a bit of the nature, the experience overall. So we'll go with this one. Okay, it's good enough. Good enough, as we say. So we got a decent landscape one. Something like this could be nice to show a little bit of like an understanding of like, oh, okay, you're going to be out on one of these types of boats for sunrise.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Throw like that, and we're back to the base. 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 Back to the base.
Okay. Nothing too crazy. I think the soft texture looks nice. Okay, I think I liked... Where are you? I think like maybe poppy colors makes more sense on the website. Okay, we'll just go with this one. I'm doing the thing that I said I'm not supposed to be doing, which is being indecisive and slow with my edits. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's get some action shots. There's like a bit of action, but it's also a little bit messy. Like I think of all the shots we have, we probably have better ones. These ones are nice because obviously you get a little bit of lighting in there, but not enough to really make out the subject, so probably not worth it. Okay, something like this could be nice. Here, let's start red. I'm gonna color code. Maybe. I think something like this would be nice just because, again, it shows a little bit of like the experience. So I don't want people to... Basically, my goal is that transparency as much as possible. So if you're joining one of my tours, I don't want you to end up being surprised by anything unexpectedly or like in a bad way, right? So I want to share as much details about like here's where you're staying, here's the activity, here's a little bit of what the activity looks like. So let's see. We got the eye stare. Okay. So I think those are the ones that we want to edit, or the ones that I colored in red. Okay, maybe this one. And in the meantime, let's hop back over to this. 0872, and this is in 6K 60 frames. 0872, 6K 60. 0872. How come I can't find it? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, that's why, because I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, so usage, there it is. So we grab this one, 0872. And, oh shoot, I made the mistake again. Let me just bring it up all to track number 4. So if I bring 2, 3, okay, there we go. Now this means I should be able to just copy this and then just directly into where we're editing. Let's paste it in there. Boom. Okay. And then we got to find the right moment. I'm just going to guess somewhere here. It looks nice. This will slow down to 40%. Okay, so just because of how nitpicky I am, we're going to try to get it accurate. Service, you asked, have you also tried DaVinci's eyedrop color grading copier? No, I have not. Yo, that sounds really useful. So basically, it'll just look, wherever you put your eyedropper, it'll try to copy the color itself, or somehow it's taking the entire scene and then trying to make something out of it? I don't know. Okay, let's assume this is correct. So then, same thing, let's copy and paste. Okay, these are different moments. Okay, it's this one. I am way too nitpicky about these things. Okay. So let me copy again. And we'll paste. There we go. Okay, so now we're accurate. And then, as before, let me just bring it up to 1.07. And then 1.19. Okay, on to the next one, 0847. It's from the 4K 120 videos. 0847. 0847. Copied and, oh wait, let's do the same thing on this one. Let's bump it up to the 4th track. Cool. Copy and paste. Okay. Pause a movie scene and use DaVinci eyedrop tool to copy the scene's color grade? Yo. Well, that's insane. I mean, that's really cool. That's really cool. I need to try this then. One of the things I need to do, it's on my to-do list, is I need to create my own LUTs. It's like, I almost feel like it's a necessity. If I'm going to be doing a lot more filmmaking stuff, then as I publish to YouTube, it almost feels foolish of me not to be selling my own LUTs. So I think that's one thing I need to spend some time figuring out, like, okay, what is my style of editing, and is there anything I can put together that I feel represents my style. And yeah. Change clip speed. It's at 100%. Somewhere here. I know CapCut. Actually, DaVinci might be copying from CapCut. Because I know CapCut a while ago. I haven't used them in a while. But in CapCut, they had this ability where it would look at your photo, or you can give it a photo, and then it would try to mirror that color grading style. So, yeah. I'm assuming maybe that's kind of like similar in terms of the technology. Okay, assuming this is the correct one, let's copy and paste. What is with that jump? Oh. Okay, I'm so confused because it's doing this weird jump. But, let's try this again. Okay, looks good. So then, same thing. We're going to take the last section. We got to bump it up to 1.07. And then now we got to bring the front part to 1.19. 1.19. Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh shit, I did on the wrong thing, didn't I? 1.19. And then this one to 1.07. Okay. All right, let's review. Jesus. Create LUTs from your documentary. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. If I was more prudent, if I was more prepared, I would have made the LUTs, and then I would have been promoting it, you know, in the video itself, right, in the description and stuff like that. What's okay? We're gonna make future bangers. We're gonna make some crazy ass content. We got so much more content to work on. So the sooner I make the LUTs, the smarter it is, because then every time I post on YouTube, then it's in the description. If you want to see my photo presets, here you go. If you want to get my video LUTs, here you go. So yeah, it behooves me to do it. It's just I haven't done it yet. CapCut service agreement gives them the rights to use your work without compensation to you. You know what? You're not the first one to tell me this. I think about a month ago, someone else in the chat had also warned me about CapCut, and then I went down a rabbit hole, because initially I was like, I don't believe you, but then, you know, I was like, let's Google this, and it does turn out that I think CapCut had recently made a change to their terms and conditions, where it's not that they own your work, but it basically they have the rights to use it for anything they like, to promote their business or whatever. Something to that effect, where it's like, no, it's not like all of a sudden they own your work or anything, but they can use it for their advertising, promotional services and stuff. So it was definitely on the border of kind of sketchy. So it is something where it's in the back of my mind. I just haven't needed to use CapCut in some time because I haven't been posting like Instagram Reels and stuff consistently. So, but yeah, service. Someone mentioned that, so I was like, oh shit, which is a shame because CapCut, man, they are so good. That's the whole reason I'm doing video now, or a lot of my learnings came from getting into CapCut. Because as someone who's never studied videography before, CapCut just made it so easy for me to take my video footages and then turn it into something that was presentable on social media for like Reels and stuff. And there are so many templates online. So yeah, it just became an easy way for me to learn videography for social media in the age of social media and short form content. Now that I'm doing longer form content, it's not as important because obviously like with the likes of DaVinci or the other things, you get sometimes better. I mean, usually you get better control and everything, but CapCut still has some crazy good templates and it's very user friendly and all that. But unfortunately, yeah, if it's trying to spy on me, essentially, it is from China, as they say. But yeah, there's a lot of things where I'm like, okay, I got to be careful. But I also don't know if it matters that much because in many ways, we've already given up our privacy. We've given up everything that we own to, different companies already. Like, for sure, my phone is listening to me right now as we speak, right? So, but we accept it because, the benefits of, makes our lives more convenient.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving.
What was that?
Leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
I feel like there's too big of a space in between island of and second chances. Is it worth adjusting? Let's see. Yeah, wait, hold on. Is it worth adjusting? Will people really care? You know what? I will care. Who cares about the rest of you guys? I care. It's going to bother me. So we will adjust. I think it's probably easier if I adjust the island of text. So what if we shift this over to the right a bit? There we go. Okay.
On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its foot. Everything here is a lesson in
So we have to let it load up.
the world can keep its footing. Keep its footing. Keep its footing. Is a lesson in balance.
Okay. Let's listen. Let's watch it again.
On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance.
Okay. And then here, this is where I was mentioning earlier that I had an issue, which is some of the original footage I was using for the documentary that I published. I deleted those files since I it was taking up so much space. Like it was like 8 to 10 terabytes of space. Whereas now I had the actual R3D NE codec files, the ones that I originally shot with. I can now use it in DaVinci directly. So I ended up deleting all the files without realizing that maybe I could have used it. But the good news is we still have the file name here and it still matches. So it should, let's see, DSC0027. Now the problem is I don't have that, but can I see it maybe in the metadata? Okay, so it's 6K 60 frames. 6K 60 frames 0027. 6K 60 0027. There it is. And now the biggest question for me is, hold on. Let me make sure I just grab the video. Can I copy and paste from a file that's not there, but somehow grab the metadata of like the changes and then apply it to the video on top? That's what I got to figure out now. So let's see. Now in terms of the moment, I am aware of which moment I captured. It's when the monitor lizard does a little snapping motion. So let's see if we can find it. Oh man, I'm getting so hungry. Today's another one of those days where I have not eaten all day. And now it is almost 9 p.m. Where are you? There you are. Here it comes. Boom, that little snap. So let's drag this over. Change clip speed. I'm assuming I had slowed this down to 40%. Come on, why is this not loading? Okay, so then now for comparison, thankfully I still have the original video, so let's find it.
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
So frame 1, 2, 3. So on the third frame is when you can see a little gap in the mouth. Third frame, okay. Let's keep that in mind. Frame 1. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 4, 5. That gap there, right? Yes. Okay, cool. So that's frame 3, 2, 1. All right, boom. Look at that. Look how we're trying to be pixel accurate to the original film. Which means now we can speed this or extend it. And again, here's the big question. If I copy and paste this file that doesn't exist anymore, will it work? Yeah. But then same thing, we just gotta change up the zoom. Oh man, this is just painstakingly fun for me. 0034. Okay, so 0034 is a 4K 120 shot. 0034. I know exactly which one, but again, let's just grab this. Where'd it go? Okay, let's copy this. And it's the quick snapping motion. So yeah, when I made this documentary, I did put a lot of thought into like which clips do I put where. Is there like does it make sense, right? So let me first find the moment. Was it this one? Let's see. Okay, no, it's a different moment. So this is one where it literally bites. Oh, it must be this one. I think so. Okay. Hold on a minute. Change clip speed to 20% speed. I'm like 80% sure this is the right footage, but let's see. Yeah, okay, because we got this. Yeah, we got that same like saliva sticking out. Copy and paste. Boom. And then let's zoom in 1.07 to 1.19. Yeah, so I did put a lot of thought into this in terms of like, you know, it wasn't just putting random shots together. So for instance here,
Together, we listen first, then we leave room. On this island, we practice balance.
so I already explained this one. So as the line comes in where Dr. Okuna says we practice balance. So here you go, wildlife balancing on man-made objects.
So the world can keep its footing.
But then for the rest of this here,
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
so yeah, he says it again, right? Or he says a different line, but he's like, everything here is a lesson in balance. So then I was trying to pick shots where we show a balance in nature, like of coexistence. So same thing, you got another shot of like this wild kingfisher perching on like, you know, man-made object. And obviously as we focus in from the bird and then pull into the human, so now we have people and man-made object, the boat. So again, trying to show like, oh yeah, here's this ecosystem and, you know, we're coexisting. And then here I was like, okay, shots that are balanced. This one, literally the bird is like hovering in the air. So I was like, okay, that's kind of a balance concept. And also this is a different type of animal, not just the chimps. So I was trying to show an assortment of wildlife that's on the island, including here showing a balance between like a ebbing and flowing shot. And then here just balancing really in the sense of like having two shots that feel similar to each other. So like the two biting shots while showing some of the other wildlife here, and then the ones taking off. And then that just turned to a nice transition. Niwa Lemek, can I get Lightroom Classic? Yo, yes, of course. Would you like to? Yeah, you know what? We've made some progress here. So I need to switch between the two. So if that's what you're asking, which is like, can we see some Lightroom photo edits? Then yes, we're on to that now. But yes, thank you, Niwa, for being here. I don't think I've seen your name before, so if you are new to the stream, I appreciate your presence. So I am mixing between editing my photos from Japan as well as editing my videos from Uganda using the Nikon ZR. These are mostly shot with other cameras, so like the Z6 III, and I think I shot some with the Z8 as well. So I'm just kind of like picking through the photos that I need to prioritize. These are some of the clients that I traveled with. So we did a little bit of just like fun photos here. I'm trying to quickly see, is there anything to grab? I mean, this is kind of an interesting shot. I don't know if it, what it means, yeah, I'm not sure. But okay, we 3-starred that. Let's put a red filter on that one. Okay, so maybe I'll grab this to put on the website. Yeah, we got some cool client shots. See, this is one of the benefits. If you travel with me, I'm basically there just to get your photos, okay? So I'm there to make you look super cool. And I'll do photo and video. So, yeah. So you can focus on just getting your shots of the wild, and then I will get shots of you in the wild. So I think these will be nice for the website. McDonald's, of course. Who doesn't love that? This is the vehicle I was using, or that we were in. Okay, is that it? Yeah, I guess this day was a bit of a in-between day, so not much to show. Let's keep looking through this. Okay, so this is when we started doing our first attempt at finding the Izo Momonga. So the Izo Momonga is that dwarf flying squirrel, and it's endemic to the island Hokkaido. So we went to this one park where we were searching for the Izo Momonga. I don't think we were successful on this day, and then we went to see like this guy who lives in an area where he actually tracks the local Izo Momonga, and it was like, he's like the guy, right? Nobody else. He basically lays claim to that territory, so no other photographer goes into his turf. Essentially, it's kind of interesting, but obviously he's earned it. Like, he lives around there. He's been researching and like tracking every single day the dwarf flying squirrels that live there, so he knows their behavior. Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, so then I did have some, I don't know what you call these squirrels. They're like the typical squirrels though, commons. They're like a common squirrel, but I think they're super fun to photograph, just because they have that like fun little tufted ear and everything. So again, if you join this trip, you come for the Izo Momonga and the foxes, but you leave with some random ass animals as well. And these squirrels were definitely part of that. Oh yeah, and of course, I almost forgot. There were the God, what do you call these? They're like the puffball birds. Let me ask ChatGPT. Hey Amber, what is the name of that one Japanese bird, or the bird in Hokkaido? It's known. It's one of the famous tiny little birds. It looks like a little poof ball.
Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about. You're probably thinking of the long-tailed tit, which in Japan is often called the Shima Inaga. It's this adorable little white fluff ball of a bird that lives in Hokkaido. Definitely super cute and pretty famous for how round and fluffy it looks.
Yeah, that's the one. The what was it? Shima Inaga, or what? Say again one more time.
Absolutely, you got it. It's called the Shima Inaga. It's that adorable little white puffball bird from Hokkaido. Definitely a cutie.
So this wasn't the Shima Inaga, but it was like one of the types of the long-tailed tit. Okay, let's look it up. Shima Inaga. Yeah, so this is the one that we were hoping to photograph. and there's other versions, right? But the one that's famous is this one. And I think I ended up getting some shots, but I don't know if it's going to be like the best shots or anything. But that's why I'm excited to go back, just to like continue having opportunities to photograph this bird. Look at this thing. I think they even made like a Pixar film with this. I could be mistaken. But yeah, this is the Shima Inaga. The long-tailed. It's a small subspecies of the long-tailed tit, also known as the Japanese snow fairy. What are the other names? Let's look it up. Long-tailed tit. Yeah, so there's like the typical long-tailed tits, but then that particular one, the Shima Inaga, is the one that's like, yo, how cool. Strange Paper, hey, welcome. Strange Paper, I think I recognize your name. You might have been one of those who left a really nice comment on the YouTube video, or one of my recent videos. If that was you, well, firstly, thank you very much for taking the time to watch the video and leaving a comment. I believe you sent a positive comment, so even if you didn't, I appreciate it. Does the ZR have auto exposure bracketing features? Oh, actually, you know what? Because someone else had asked that, so it might have been you who asked the question. I thought I responded to you, or to someone who asked that. I don't know. I didn't have time to... I didn't really do much testing of the photo qualities of the ZR. I did capture photos, but my focus is on the videography stuff and the filming. My understanding is it essentially shares the exact same specs and the same sensor as the Z6 III. Yeah, so I assume when it comes to photography, it might be the same as the Z6 III. Nikon Z6 III. Auto exposure bracketing features. Let me just ask. Does... Okay, so the Z6 III does have an automatic exposure bracketing. It can be accessed through the photo shooting menu. I mean, this is AI saying this, so grain of salt. This is with the Z6 III though. So then my question, yeah, so your question, which I don't have the answer, but let's see if AI knows. AI is saying no, the ZR does not have auto exposure bracketing because it's a video focused cinema camera, not a still photography camera. It's designed for, blah, blah, yeah, so the usual stuff. Basically, since it's focusing on video, but it is not mentioned as a feature. So it's not a guarantee. It's just I don't have the camera with me. It was on loan for me when I shot, and it just wasn't one of the things that was a priority for me to like test out, unfortunately. But you know what? Maybe what we can look into, because I think I did at least record a lot of what's on screen. So for example, let's see. We can at the very least see if there's anything that pops up. But again, I might have only spent time on the video side of things. So yeah, because here I was looking at the video. Did I do anything on the photo side? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I recorded me going through the photo menu. Again, like I said, I was more like hyper focused on the video features. Yeah, sorry, man. I wish I had a good answer for you. But I think Strange Paper, maybe you were the same person, but someone did ask that question. I think someone had said something like, yo, this camera is really good, but the only thing that would keep it from being perfect is if it has auto exposure bracketing features. or something to that vein of asking, like, does it have it? Because if it does, then it'd be a perfect camera. If it doesn't, then it's not. So unfortunately, online AI is saying it doesn't. It's not guaranteed. And then from what I could see, I don't remember ever checking for anything like that. So sorry, I don't have an answer. Okay, I think this is in focus. So let's keep going. All right, so now we get some shots of my clients out in the wild getting shots. So that'll be good to show. One is enough. Yeah, these guys were like heavy duty photographers. It was really fun. So I traveled with 3 photographers, and they all had like the latest and greatest gear, right? So they had like 400 f2.8 lenses, shooting with like the Z9, Z8s. Okay, so I know for the squirrel, I ended up with some really cool shots later. So I'm not going to prioritize too much any of these shots, unless something... Oh yeah, I think one of these I really liked, so this is definitely one of them. Oh, you know what? Actually, I already edited it. Nice. Okay, so this one here. Oh, and then one of the guys who travel with me, he is the squirrel guy. Like, I think squirrels are his favorite subject to capture. So, and he's like an excellent photographer. So he's got a whole ass collection of squirrels that he sees in his home country. Because he'll go out into the forest and all that fun stuff. So to him, this was like nothing, because he hangs out with these kind of squirrels on a daily basis. But the Izo Momonga, man, that's the one to capture. For some reason, I like this shot, but obviously it's not like a clean shot, but it feels a bit artistic. Okay, we definitely need some whooper swans. I totally forgot about them, but the whooper swan is one of the other animals that will be part of the tour. It's kind of fun. These guys would get pretty close to you, or they would let you get fairly close at times. So I'm assuming maybe they're used to like getting fed, is my assumption. Okay, we do have some decent shots here to pull from. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Okay, so we might have some really cool ones. I don't think the focus is going to be on tack sharp. I'm assuming as it kept getting closer, the focus jumped somewhere else. But as far as like just having a fun shot to put on the website, something here's got to be good enough. Jesus, buddy. Okay, this one has potential for composition. Here, I think I lost focus. Potentially. Might be okay. It's kind of a weird shot. Okay, we're getting some good ones here. Alright, this is when I was trying to do some long exposures. Because this swan was pretty still, I was trying to see, can I do like a super long exposure to get the silkiness in the water while having the subject still sharp. It was like a fun exercise. It's not like, you know, I wasn't expecting anything from it. I love snow photography. It is like so challenging because oftentimes the camera just loses focus in the snow because then it just catches too many of the catches too many strays, you know, of all the snow particles in the air. But if you end up getting a shot, you know, properly focused, like the snow just adds such a cool effect to everything. So, let's see. Oh, that's cool. I don't think they were in focus though. This would have been a cool one if they were in oh, well, maybe this one. Okay, here we go. This one's not bad. Because then you got his, like, it's like the leader of the crew, the gang. The background looks clean enough. So... now we get that solo bird shot. It's always nice to get like a solo shot of any wild animal or anybody, I guess, any subject. No. It's me. Oh yeah, I think this is my testing the Z6 III in the snow. But yeah, I did do some video vlogging here. So when we get to this trip eventually on my YouTube channel, hopefully I'll say something insightful. Let's grab one of these. This could be a nice photo. This was our guide, Yoshi. Super chill dude. Super knowledgeable as well. So I spent, I forget how long I spent with him. I spent extra days with him afterwards. And oh my god, this is the highlight of the trip. Because this is where we go explore with him. And we see where all the Izomomongos are. And it's not a guarantee, but basically you just kind of, you park yourself in the hopes that the Momongo will come out late in the, like basically right after sunset. So when the lighting is pretty dark. But then if you position yourself properly, you might get lucky and see the momongas when they pop out of the hole of the tree. And then you try to photograph them, then they climb up the tree, and then they hop, that's when they take off, and then they fly across the canopies to the other side of the forest. And depending on where you're positioned and depending on how skilled you are, which my skill is 0, but thankfully Yoshi was there, so then Yoshi would kind of give assumption, like predictions. Usually the squirrels, like for instance, one of the trees, there were like 3 squirrels that lived there. So, you try to wait, go up, and then when the squirrel comes out, it may sometimes fly in this direction. Usually it flies this way, but sometimes it may fly this way. So then you have to take a guess, like where do you want to position yourself? So when it flies, you'll be able to capture it mid-motion, as it's flying past you. And then the tricky part is you have to set your camera at manual focus because it's way too fast to do autofocus. Good luck, even if you were able to grab focus of the squirrel, because it's tiny and it climbs up to the top of the tree and then takes off. So even if you were able to get focus, once it's in the air, good luck with that. So then the solution is you need to set your camera at a manual focus and set it at a particular distance, wherever you think the squirrel will pass through. And as that squirrel passes through that range of focus where something will be sharp, that's when you're supposed to basically hold down the shutter button. Hopefully within the frames, you'll get it somewhere there. And it's like, man, that is so challenging. So challenging. Because there's a lot riding on guessing correctly where it will land or where it'll go through. So it's just one of those where you can't just spend one evening or one outing to try to capture it. So for my trip in February, assuming all goes well, the goal is to spend, I think we're going to spend like 3 days, 3 or 4 days, just in this forest. So that way we have 2 attempts per day, early morning and then late afternoon, as well as parts of the evening, depending on the full moon schedule. So, but it was definitely one of the highlights. Okay, so one of these shots works. Man, I was taking so many photos for them. Like I said, if you join me on my trips, one of the added benefits is that I basically go as your photographer. I'll go there, take your shots. You can tell me, you can boss me around. You can be like, yo, can you get a shot of me? Yeah, looking goofy as F. Yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever you want. And then here's the momonga. Look at this little cutie. And the way I got this shot was also super fun. Jim, you said need pre-capture. Yo, well, welcome to the stream, Jim. Welcome back. Yes, you know what? I did shoot some in pre-release. Or sorry, the pre-release. And because you can do up to like 120 frames per second. But here's the issue. Basically, I was torn between like, do I shoot 120 frames per second pre-release and just increase the chance of obviously getting the shot? However, unfortunately, with the Z6 III or the Z8s and Z9s or whatever, I think you're getting JPEGs, right? So it's like, one, you downgrade to a JPEG. And this is where I wish Nikon could have what the Sony and Canon, I'm not sure, one of them shoots where you can do like full frame, or you can shoot raw with the pre-release, right? But yeah, it's like you either have the ability to shoot 120 frames per second, but it's going to be in JPEG, or you have to shoot at the lower, I don't know, is it 60 frames or something? But, yeah, so you'll get the raw, but at 60. So yeah, I was so torn. I don't remember if I ended up always trying one or the other, if I switched around. But like a part of me really just, yeah, because it's like getting a raw shot is key. But the frame rate is just not enough for someone as inexperienced as me, right? If I had like a whole month, if I lived there, then for sure, whatever. But if you only got a few days, you want that rapid shot. And so The other part of me, though, is now that I'm going more into film, it was saying like, okay, should I just shoot 120 frames per second video? Or with the Z6 III, it's got the, 240 frames per second, but in HD. So again, you end up sacrificing the resolution, but you can end up with, 240 frames. So I know there's too many options, and that's where I was like, you know what, I need to go back. I want to do annual trips to Japan, bring people, and then that would give me more opportunities as well to get these kind of shots. But yeah. But for this particular shot, so basically Yoshi, the guide, so you can see like everyone basically kind of positioned themselves in different areas. Some of them had their cameras on tripods. One of them just kind of parked himself somewhere at a distance, and all of them decided to continue shooting with their 400 2.8 lens, which is like good on you, enjoy, because then you can imagine when the squirrel is resting and not like in the air, with that 400 2.8, you get some really nice portraitures. But then once the squirrel is in the air, you're not going to be able to get any of those shots. So they decided that they don't care about the flying shots. They're going to focus on just getting the clean portrait shots. For me, I wanted the action shots, but then what Yoshi suggested, if I was up to it, which I was, he was like, hey, so here's the tree. If you'd like to, you can actually lie on the ground and point your camera up. So the shot I got here was from me literally lying on the ground in the snow. So it was freezing because like that, it was cold and everything, but like you're just laying there and there's no sunlight, sun is setting, and you don't know when the squirrel's going to pop out. So I was freezing my entire ass and back waiting for the moment. But I was shooting, I think, with an 85. Was it an 85? Yeah, I had the 85 1.2. And you have to be dead silent, right? Because especially where I'm positioned, I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be responsible for, accidentally being too loud and then scaring the squirrels in any way, whether keeping them inside the hole or taking off right away. So, sorry, I'm looking back because Nala keeps trying to get some food or something. Yeah, so anyways, I had to be dead silent. And then when the squirrel first popped its head out the hole, it was such a cool moment. It was so surreal, magical, because there's no warning. It just shows up, right? So you imagine me, I've got the camera in my hand, freezing my ass, and then just kind of... Okay, Nala's making a mess. Why are both my cats just being such a nuisance? Give me a second. She dropped the cat bowl, so there's food everywhere. So be right back. Oh my god.
Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too.
Whew. Okay, I was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected. Hey, who needs breakfast, Alright. After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera and iPhone. We probably could have called it a day after a few takes, but let's be honest, the kids in us could not resist the joy of spending an entire lazy afternoon in our own dusty playground, kicking up sand just because we can. Okay, we've survived another mess. What is happening? I feel like there's like catastrophe chaos going on every past few days. Always in my kitchen area, my freaking cat's going crazy. Anyway, so What was I saying? Yeah, so basically I was just pointing, I was on the ground, and then when the squirrel pops its head through the hole, just out of nowhere, you literally just, your breath catches because holy shit, it's there. Because you almost start questioning, you start doubting, like, is the squirrel actually in there? Did we somehow miss the moment? So then squirrel pops out and it's just like staring straight at me because obviously I was below it. And I'm trying to turn my camera on, or, you know, like trying to make sure everything's on, because sometimes it'll go into sleep mode. And so when I like press the shutter or any buttons, then there's a little bit of a sound. So I was like, oh my God, let me wait. And I'm also slowly trying to tilt the camera at the right angle and then take some photos without hopefully scaring the squirrel. Really, really cool moments for sure. And also it's just like, what a cool angle, because it's like you're shooting. Oh, sorry. Let me share the screen. You're like shooting the squirrel from below, right? It's just like a very awkward angle, but also a cool shot potentially. So ultimately ended up getting some decent shots of the squirrels. So, and here's the little bugger when it popped out. So let me figure out which ones of these shots I need to, excuse me, which ones to edit. And then I did end up editing one of these guys. So then I got super lucky because on the tree, there was a tiny little perch. And from that perch, I got to, again, same from where the angle of where I was, I got to get these shots, you know, and the little limb, the tree limb thing was so thin that it's not really obscuring most of the body. So I ended up getting some decent shots of it. And I think I ended up editing one already. So let me see, where is it? This one. So this one I already edited and stuff like that. So technically I have my hero shot, but I'll do a landscape version of this as well. But yeah, the Izo Momonga. Anyways, okay, so that's a good pause. As we're reviewing those photos, let me hop back over to the video stuff. So here's where we ended off. And again, just as, yeah, basically I need to redo my footage. So I'm replacing some of the older proxy files that I used to make the documentary with like the original R3D codec files. This was 4K 120 0338 0338 0338. This shot, okay. And if I remember, this one's gonna be a little bit tougher. Let's see. Oops. Okay, let's try to match this up. So this is when they're about to take off. Okay, so roughly here somewhere. And then let's slow this down. This is 4K 120, change clip speed to 20%. Let's see. Okay, I need something to anchor my shot. It's probably this one random bird. Where are you? Huh? Oh, okay. I forgot. There's a few flights. So not this one. Wait, what? There it is. Okay. So this is the second flight. Oh no. Dang it, I keep making this mistake. I bring in the audio file with it, which can end up overwriting the original stuff. So let me copy this one again, but without the audio file included. Let's do that again. So this one here. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Change clip speed to 20%. Let's match it up. Okay, so we got this. Is this a cormorant? I don't know what this type of bird this is. Let's just call it the blackbird. Blackbird is facing forward. Birds are all mid takeoff. So blackbird facing forward. Other birds should be in mid takeoff. This one is past roughly right here then, yeah? No, not quite, because the beaks aren't okay, so here the beaks are right there. Okay, this is it. That's the one. Okay. And then let's make it extend to the same duration. And final test, can I copy and paste?
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo.
Okay, but then the fade effect did not carry through, so let's do that manually.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust and Ngam. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust and Ngamba Island for now 16 years.
Same thing, let's zoom it in, and then take the last bit, 1.37.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at... Everything here is a
It's
lesson
about
in balance.
balance. Damn it, I don't even know my own video.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and
Okay, now one thing I'm not gonna do is change this baseline. So the shots that I took of Dr. Rukundo, I'm gonna leave it as is, because this one's gonna take way too much time for me to time code or timestamp each of the key dialogue pieces. Because it's gonna be pulling from the same file mostly, right? So it's gonna be like this really long interview video. So even if I bring in the original clip, color grade and everything, yeah, that's going to take way too much time to identify each section and then replace it. So this will, unless it's missing, I should just leave this as is. So fingers crossed on that.
I am a wildlife veterinarian.
And I think it's probably safe to start deleting some of these base clips. Because I think that will also help me not have such a bloated project. So let's say if I delete all these, will I run into issues? Let's find out.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
Yo, Neil Jones, thank you for the follow on
this
YouTube.
island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian.
Okay, so now it's still rendering a bit,
I am a wildlife veterinarian. I am a wildlife veterinarian.
but it looks in sync. So the main thing is I just need to do the same little update where we got to punch it in by 1.07. And I think for this first clip, I zoomed in slightly on this footage. So let's bring this up to 1.014.
Dr. Joshua.
God, these noises. I have like a repeating alert sound. I need to figure out how to turn it off, but I don't know how.
Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian.
Oh, I did not make the fix. So 1.07. Why do I have, let's remove that. Okay, hopefully this works.
Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years.
And then now, I need to figure out where to put this lower third, because obviously it's not a lower third anymore. So this is one of the ones that a few people in the chat, gave me some good critique, which is when I have my subtitles turned on, this was blocking this, so I had shifted the subtitle text off to the left so that it wasn't overlapping with his title. But apparently that's not good practice or something. So it's better to just keep the subtitles always in the same area and then just move the titles around somewhere. So my thought process was either I can move it up to this top area or in the middle. I'm not sure. Maybe I center it and then I'll just lift it from there. Is there a way to do that? Nope. All right, we'll just lift it manually. Let's see how this looks.
And I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years.
I mean, okay, to my uneducated eyes, I feel like it looks okay, but I'm sure someone's gonna look at this and be like, "Yo, that you're like breaking, yeah, you're breaking some tradition here. It's gonna lead to like a 1,000-year curse because you put it in this spot instead of where it's supposed to be."
Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years.
All right, let's keep repeating our actions. 1877. It's a 6K 60 frames. 6K 60 frames. 1877. 1877. We have it twice. So clearly this is the right one, but yeah. All right, let's match the moment. Okay, so I used the moment where the chimp Billy is looking to the right. Okay. So possibly this section, let's see. Looking down? Yeah, okay. All right, we're going to be... Okay, so frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. On the 9th frame is when the eye drops. And this is... Is it slowed down? Let me see. No, it's normal speed. So 9 frames. That's what we're looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it should drop there. So let's drag this. Huh. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. It is normal speed.
Our vision.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Okay. Then let's just crop it. Crop it, copy, pasta. And then let's zoom in. 1.07. That's fine throughout. See how it is?
Our vision is to secure chimpanzees. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees.
Beautiful. Next clip, 1696. 1696. Copy. Man, what a cool job this guy has. But yeah, it's a job that he's been doing for 16 years. Can you imagine that? Okay, somewhere here. Let's see. So paw is mid-raised. So I think I'm a little bit too cut forward. I need something to latch onto. Okay, let's think. Frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, I'm not finding anything to help me here. So let's go on to the end of the shot. Let's see if there's something there. Okay, so let's see. Thumb this way. Oh, also, it's slowed down. 40% speed. Okay, I think it's like roughly the same spot. So zoom here. Let's change clip speed to 40%. Let's see how close we are. Damn it, I can't tell. I think it's not correct. Okay, yeah, I think it's like more here. I'm gonna go with this is probably correct. So then let's copy, paste, apply. Did we get it? Hold on. Why is it? I think we got it. Okay, anyways. Marky Mark, it's me, or there's a video on your YouTube channel with these footages? Yes. What's up, Mark? Hello, thanks for being here. This is on my YouTube channel. So I'm repeating some work right now. So this is my 5-minute documentary film. So you'll see it pinned on my chat right now. So if you see there, it's the 5-minute short documentary film that I made. This is something I published at this point. It must have been like 3 weeks ago. Whenever Nikon announced the new ZR camera. So this is the documentary that I made with that camera. I am literally reworking that original short film because I need to, basically there's some extra work I need to do on the film itself, like also changing the aspect ratio. And I might want to make like a longer version of this film, like a 15-minute one. But how the original film, when I recorded it, I was using like proxy files, if that makes sense. Like they are the red raw files, but then I had to export it into like a lower resolution than I wanted to use. So now that DaVinci has upgraded the software so it can read directly the R3D NE codec, I decided I need to go through my original project here, and I am literally replacing every file with the original files now. So like it should be, I don't know if it's going to be like a discernible difference in the quality, but it is the original file so I can play with it. And also I deleted a lot of so you'll see here a lot of the files don't exist anymore. So I do need to replace it. So it's a bit painstaking, but at the same time, I never actually got to go over this project on stream. At least not like, yeah, I didn't really, I showed a little bit of the behind the scenes, but because this happened when I was off stream, I can talk through this a bit more as well. But yeah. Mark, you said you've already seen it? Hells yeah, I'm glad you've seen it. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, it was definitely something I'm very proud of, but yeah, I was proud of it. Maybe I should leave it at that. I did get some people commenting on my latest video, the product review. Or there's at least one person, but I think I got this comment from some others as well, that it wasn't a bad comment, but it was one of those where I'm learning that I need to be more not confident, but I think I'm being too modest, and so I need to strike the right balance of like it's not in my nature to be like braggadocious, but I think it makes sense to also be honest of like how I assess myself. And while I am honest that I do feel like I have a lot more to learn, I think if I keep calling myself an amateur it could rub people the wrong way. I don't know, maybe, because they're like, you know, you don't actually think you're an amateur, do you? That kind of stuff. Because at this point, from all the comments I've seen, I need to rest my head high that the quality of work is something that I'm very proud of, and it is more than amateur. So we were trying to figure out what the right word is in between amateur and pro, but semi-pro, I guess. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I needed to... Yo, thank you very much, Scott Orr. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Mark, you said you can do some montage with this quality on a Mac. Yes, I am using a Mac Studio. Now, it is going slow, so I am using proxies, right? Or not proxies, I'm rendering the caches. So it's like working off of easier files, or it's taking up more space on my Mac Studio. So I have to be careful, because at some point it's going to take up too much space. Yo, thank you. Oh, Intui Film. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. You know what? I'm going to double check your account, because based on the name, you might be a streamer and you might do film related stuff. So I want to make sure to give you a follow if you are a streamer. So thank you very much. Intui Film. And I don't know where you're based, because is it Spanish or French? I can't tell what the language is. But thank you very much, Intui. Yo, what's up, Yogi? Semi-pro, nah, you like pro, bruh. Pro, you should have said bro. You're like pro, bro. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And like I said, I think the quality of work that I potentially can produce, I can't guarantee. I think when you can call yourself a pro when you do it consistently, right? So I have to show I can consistently create content at a professional level. So we'll see. Time will tell. We're still new at this. But I do feel confident I am able to create professional work with the materials that I have, the gear that I have and all that. But I don't know how I get to that. Like, there's so many actual steps of understanding the fundamentals, the techniques involved, which I kind of end up doing, but sometimes do it without knowing why you should do it. So the knowledge isn't there for us to like why these steps are important to do this way. And there's also a lot of stuff I still don't know how to do. So that's what I'm saying, like semi-pro. Once we have that like background knowledge and proof that we can consistently produce at a professional level, then I will confidently say, yo, I am a pro at this. But not yet. From Intui Film, you said from Switzerland. Yes, French. Ooh, nice. Okay. Well, you know what? We've had a bunch of French. I've had some French people join my stream recently, or like start following me. So maybe there's a French wave that's hitting my channel, and I appreciate that. From Switzerland. Nice. Well, thank you. I've only been to Zurich just on layovers, but one of the clients that I mentioned who's joined me on my trips, he lives in Switzerland. He's a wildlife photographer. He takes the best wildlife photos, and he like goes out into the forest near where he lives all the time. And he's got like amazing shots of owls and foxes and squirrels and stuff. I was like, yo, I need to just spend time in Switzerland. But yes, greetings from Dubai. So I am in Dubai. I'm originally from the States, but I've been here for a number of years now. But welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow. I am doing some really, really, in my opinion, boring, but like very tedious. But I'm reworking my original documentary film that I made, and I'm replacing all of the files with the original Red NE codec files. So you get to watch me be super anal about like trying to get it pixel perfect, let's say, which is not necessary. This is version 2, so I can always make changes to this. But you know, it's fun for me. So I think I got this correct, except for the zoom. Okay, so we have a bit of a zoom until where here it's 1.12. Okay. So this is 1.12. We need to increase this to 1.19.
Natural habitats and provide natural habitats and provide.
But yeah, it's kind of fun. Intui, you said that's cool. Yeah, we got some good landscapes. Yeah, I haven't done landscape photography in quite some time. So I am very much about wildlife. But yeah, so I am mixing up today a little bit. So as we edit videos, I'm also jumping into my Japan trip because I need to quickly go through and edit as many of the photos from Japan so that I can start advertising this trip for next year. So I am hopping in between the two. This is the Izo Momonga. It is the most adorable rodents, I guess. I don't know what you would say. But it is a type of flying squirrel. It's a dwarf flying squirrel. And it was really fun capturing this because basically I was just parked underneath the tree and you just wait and you wait and you wait. And, you know, when it pops its head out, you start taking photos. And the trick was you're trying to get the shot when it takes off, which I didn't do on this shoot, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, I wasn't successful on this one. But yeah, there was a few attempts that were made unsuccessfully. And I was trying to see, because like I think maybe you can kind of see it here, but... No, okay. Anyways, so I am mixing it up between just kind of reviewing the photos that I need to further edit. So I'm just going through the filtering process. Oh, here we go. So this is my attempt at the flying squirrel, and I failed somewhat miserably, but you can kind of see it right there, right? So it's kind of fun. And this is what's so addicting. I was like, yo, I need to go back to Japan and try as many times until I can get that money shot. Because basically, like I said, you basically have to park yourself at certain positions, and it's a guessing game. You don't know where the squirrel's going to be coming from, but usually they have like a favorite location where they'll climb up that tree, and from a certain height, they'll take off. Yo, Intui, I appreciate the subscription. Yo, tier 1 subscriber. Hells yeah. Yo, we've been getting some, yeah, because like, you know, well, shout out to a number of people. Service donated today and yesterday, and people were subscribing to the tiers. So hopefully this is a consistent thing. We're going to keep growing. But thank you very much, Intui Film. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your money going into my pocket. So hopefully I will return the favor through entertainment at the very least. Yeah, but no guarantees. Thank you, man. No refunds either. But yeah, appreciate it. So right now, so yeah, basically to get this shot, you have to shoot in manual focus, and you have to hope that the squirrel will go up the specific tree, and you have to keep an eye out. So you have to look off into the distance, really far away. You're like looking for the squirrel, and then hopefully if you see the squirrel, it's going to climb up the tree, and then it's going to take off from a certain height, and you'll see it fly straight towards the home tree, right? But it doesn't always land on the same tree. It sometimes lands on a tree to your left or right. So there's so much guessing game. And so you put your camera in manual focus, and you have to put the focus at a certain distance where as the squirrel gets closer, hopefully it'll cross into that threshold, and hopefully you're shooting at a fast enough shutter speed so that you end up with one of the shots. But I completely missed it. This is the closest I got on this attempt here at the bottom. And it wasn't in focus because it was still too far away. Oh yeah, here you go. So you can see right there. So I didn't have the focus set correctly. I wasn't expecting in that positioning. So yeah, unfortunately, this was a fail. But it's so fun. It is so fun. Oh my god. Oh, and then this is the second squirrel. So I think there were like 3 squirrels that lived there. So then this is attempt number 2. And this time I technically had the right framing, I think, or like looking at this. But unfortunately I think I was shooting at maybe 60 frames per second. And so it, Troy, you're asking, are we doing photos again? Yeah, I just hopped over to photos again. But I don't know, I'm probably going back to video in a second. But yeah, so here I was shooting at probably 60 or 30 frames per second. I forget what the Nikon, this was shooting with the Z8. So whatever the fastest shutter speed I can shoot, I was shooting at that for raw photos. But yeah, unfortunately I just didn't nail it perfectly. This is the closest one I got where it's like, okay, just in there, but I was off by ever so slightly. You know, if I was shooting at 120 frames per second, then I should have gotten one that was focused. But unfortunately, this one, you can see the back foot was focused. And then this one, it was just like at the nose tip, or not even really. So in between, if I had one more frame that I could have captured, I think I would have got it in focus. What was my focus? Oh, you know what? The other thing I probably shouldn't have done, but the issue is that it's so dark, you are kind of left with no good choice. So I was shooting at f1.4. So definitely, you know, slim focus point margin. So a lot of, you know, what do you call it? High margin of error or whatever. But unfortunately, because it's so dark, I figured I needed to have a fairly low aperture. So here, for instance, I was shooting at 12,800 ISO. But man, it would have been so cool if I got that shot. I'm happy with the shot regardless. Yeah, so then you'll see it'll land up high on the tree and then it'll come back down to the hole. So then you can also position yourself near the hole and wait for the squirrels to come back in. But yeah, it's like such a fun. It's so much fun. Like, as far as like certain types of animals to photograph, this is probably at the top for me in terms of like the challenging nature of it, but then the excitement. Because it all happens in a flash, right? That squirrel, it's going up, boom, flies across. You either get it or you don't. Then you have to reposition to try to get other shots potentially. Yeah, it's not easy, but if you end up with the shot, it's a cool experience. Let me read some chats. Radu Petru Petica. That's a cool name. Radu Petru Petica says, hi, I saw your short documentary film. It's 100%. Ooh, 100% awesome. It could have been 90%, 80%, 69%. Actually, no, we're on day 70. But you chose 100%. Thank you very much. Can't wait for the ZR to arrive. Subscribe to your channel. And much health with respect. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the follow. It has been... okay, overwhelming is too strong of a word, but it has been really... it's been really nice to see all the positive comments and people subscribing from that video. So yeah, it's been very encouraging that I think I'm doing the right thing, and we're going to continue making these types of videos and pump out fun content. So thank you very much for the follow and for your nice words there. Troy, you said, wow, that's really shallow. What are you talking about? He said some really nice, deep things. But yeah, I know what you're saying, obviously. Yeah, the 1.4 aperture is super shallow. And I don't know, did I try to... Because I did a few more attempts, which are on later days, and I'm curious if I try to keep it at 1.4 or if I adjusted it later. If I were to do it again, yes, I would have tried to lift it up to like f2.8 maybe. Yeah. But the thing is, it is so dark. You know, it's wintertime. These squirrels come usually after sunset when they're coming back home after a full day of like hunting for nuts and whatever else they eat. And same thing, when they leave the nest, it's usually before sunrise. So you're still, it's like very low light. So anyways, either way, you end up in a situation where it's super tough to get it in the proper lighting, which is what makes it so exciting, right? Yo, Kavai. Yo, I took some photos with my new equipment today as well. Kavai, welcome back. I think I saw you had posted some photos in the Discord. So I was waiting for you to hop in and we can check it out. So welcome. We'll look at it in a second. Troy, you said, I'm impressed you got that close at f1.4. Yeah, I was impressed too. Although I was disappointed at the same time. You know, I was like, damn it. Yeah, because you can see here how shallow that 1.4 is. You're literally just getting a sliver of focus. So not the smartest decision in hindsight. I probably should have just said F it. Even if the ISO ends up being like 50,000 or something, it's probably better to just have a bit more range on the focus point. But listen, that's why I'm excited to go back again in February. Hopefully we'll get a group out and yeah. Intuit, he says you have to go. No worries. Well, thank you so much. You're probably gone by now because I'm slow with reading the chat. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for that subscription, for supporting my channel and hopefully the growth of the channel. So thank you. And I'll see you on the next stream. Kavai, you said, by the way, your review was so good. Best video of the ZR I've seen. Yo, that's really high praise, man. I appreciate that, of course. Yeah, Yeah, thank you. In my opinion, I don't think it's the best review. There are so many pros out there. We talked about a few of them, like Gerald Undone, some guy named Matt something. I always forget how to say his name. I think he's somewhere from, like, I don't know where. Maybe Norway, Ireland, Iceland. I don't know. His videos were really good. Potato Jet. There's like so many. All the prominent guys, they go really in depth. Some of them like go into the technical specs and actually do really good comparisons of, like, you know, how are these settings actually compared to others and all that. Those guys are actual, like, if you want a proper review of the camera, you should go watch their stuff. But I think for what my focus was, I think my review was good for what I was trying to focus on, which is like, if you're an amateur, here's like a layman's perspective of the camera. I'm not trying to use like fancy language. I'm just trying to say, like, hey, did I enjoy shooting with this? What were my favorite things about it? Did I feel like it makes me a pro? And is the output cinematic? And so, yeah, from that angle, I think I did a decent job. You said, I wish you a good day. That was cool. I'll come back. No problem. Thank you very much, Intui. Troy, you said, yep, I would have never tried that shallow. You're a brave man. I'm a foolish man is what it is. Like, in reality, it's more out of reflex, where you just always want to shoot at the shallow focus point or the shallow aperture. But that's like hubris, right? That's like that's the wrong speak. That's, you know, it's like, forget about the 1.4, 1.2. Just shoot at an aperture that will guarantee the shot. So yeah, a bit of error there. Service says fire. Nice. Radu, you said, hey, I'm from Romania. My name can be difficult to pronounce. I've made some pretty big financial sacrifices to pre-order the camera. Damn. Well, you know what? I do think it's a good investment. As far as, like, you know, these things are never cheap, but it is actually, if you're looking for your best bang for your buck, or like most value for what you spend, this camera, it seems universally everyone is saying the same thing. It is so cheap for what the features that it has. So hopefully you will also agree once you get it that it's a good investment. Romania, I've never been to Romania. I have someone, there's a client that I took a few times from Bulgaria. Wait, hold it. Am I saying the wrong place? I think Bulgaria, yeah. Troy, you said yours is entertaining though, more artful. Thanks, man. Thanks. The one thing I want to learn how to do is be more entertaining with my voice, or like my, you know, like add a bit more humor to things, but not robotic or like, you know, scripted lines. So there's still a bit of like this, I need to figure out the best balance of speaking off the cuff versus scripted, and how to infuse a bit of humor into it, because I would like it to be a bit humorous. I would like to think I'm a funny guy, and so if I can put that in there, that's great. Now I still have to wait at least 10 to 30 days until it arrives in Romania, but I'm sure that this camera won't disappoint at all. Yeah, and then listen, welcome to my channel, welcome to this community. Feel free also, maybe I'll take this point to add my Discord. So if you would like to join the Discord, we are always trying to build out a community there. And so feel free to share your photos, videos. I'm going to take a look at Kavai's photo in a second. But then, hopefully over time, as you continue to watch the stream and be a part of this community, once you get that camera, you can share some of the photos. You can share any of the problems you're having. And if I have an answer, or if someone in the community has an answer, we will respond. All right, where is this? Kavai, I thought I saw... Hopefully I'm not mixing people up here. Did you send something? Oh yeah, oh sorry, Kavai, you had sent a video. But the problem with the videos is I can't share. Can I copy a link? Let me see. I usually have an issue when it comes to people sending videos of like, can I share it on stream? No, because it's like I have to download something, right? Yeah. Let's see. Can I play from here? Okay, so you sent this, hold on one second, let me read what you said there. Proud of this shot, but would like ideas how to incorporate it into a longer video. Yeah, I mean, this shot is amazing, for sure. Hold on, I keep opening the wrong thing here. bring this over. And then let me just clear out all these folders from my screen. Ugh, not this one. Also, I'm kind of surprised the audio is also good too. Surprised as in like, if I'm imagining if I shot this, it would have been like really bad audio. But you got some decent like ambient sound. Man, this is a really cool shot. And like the fact that I don't know if originally you shot this in vertical, but to have like so much of this kind of like nice sun reflection here. Something happened. Yo, who just Little RJ. What a name. Thank you, Little RJ, for the follow on YouTube. Hells yeah. We're growing. We're growing. But yeah, Kavai, I think this shot is so cool because like somehow you got this crazy stretch of you know, sunlight reflecting off the waters. Like that's an insane amount. So in a cool way, you know? And you can tell because obviously based like the scale, right? Looking at the scale of things, are like he looks so tiny against all this. So it's like, yo, how did you get this shot where he had so much space of this like nice reflection? And of course, when it crosses the sunlight, that's really cool. So, but then you had a very specific question, which I don't know if I'll have a good answer for, which is like, how would you incorporate it into a longer video? Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm only going to give one idea because otherwise we'll be here all day as I'm brainstorming. But I think one of these kind of shots, I would say, I could see, you know, try to do like stabilization where it's completely fixed. So do one of those almost like a tripod stabilization shot and just have a moment as it's crossing. Like it seems like one of those kind of peaceful moments, but as he crosses, then I feel like a title sequence can pop up here. It just feels like it could be appropriate for one of those kind of things. So as he crosses over, but like try to do it where you're not moving the camera, because like here you're moving. So if you can somehow have a very fixed shot, and it's okay if he, you know, crosses and disappears in the shot, but then as he crosses over, then having like some kind of title sequence coming up here, I can kind of see something like that. But yeah, I don't really have much more recommendations because not on the fly. But for a shot like this, I feel like definitely when it comes to music choice, it feels like something very soft is appropriate here. Yeah, it's like when I say soft, I mean something like very melancholic or like lighthearted, and yeah. But yeah, really cool, man. Really, really cool. You said, I use a Rode Video Micro 2 on the 270mm APS-C, vertical at sunset. Yeah, this is really great, man. Yeah, it almost feels like it's AI, right? As in like you just like copied and pasted a section. Obviously you didn't, but I'm like saying like just to be able to get that stretch of sun, it's very surreal. So it makes me as a viewer question like, yo, how did you get the shot? Like, where were you standing? It's a very interesting perspective. So yeah, great job, man. Great job. Okay, so we were on photos. Let me hop back over to video because we have a lot more to go here. But yes, let's proceed.
Natural habitats and provide optimum captive care.
Okay, so this is 1722, 6K 60 frames, 1722, 1722. You know what? I've never been happier that I'm live streaming, because in a world where I decided not to do live streams, I would be doing this exact same task that you're watching me do right now, just without the live stream. So just without anyone to talk to, and without anyone to donate money to me. Come on, how cool is that? So I would have had to do this anyways, and to have you guys entertain me while I bore you with this, it's a nice trade-off for me, selfishly. Okay, 1722. Let's find the file and let's copy this over. Paste it in. And then let's find the right moment. So here it's... Okay, let's count how many frames before the thumb or the hand crosses here. So this is frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we're 10 frames in to get to that moment. And this shot was slowed down. So let's see if we can find the exact moment. Oh, was it from one of this then? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I jumped way too far ahead. So let me just cut it from here. Let's crop that out. And then let's slow this down to 40%. And then let's start counting. So what do we say, 10 frames? Kavai, you said, thank you, I'll take that as a compliment. I can give some BTS, but basically around 10 meter elevation to get that shot. Yeah, it's really dope. And yeah, definitely a compliment is what I meant. And Service says great sound too. Yeah, the sound was great, man. It's like, yeah, because I'm comparing to like how I would have shot, and it would have been shitty audio from my perspective. So yeah, the fact that you thought enough to film for audio as well, it's just something I haven't really done myself, and it's something I'm now doing as we go forward. But yeah. Okay, let's see. I have to count 10 frames from here. So this is frame number 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see if my math held. So if we hide this track, it is. We did it. We did it. We did it, boys and gals. Okay. Let me copy. BC, did you win? Oh no, BC, what is going on, man? At one point I thought you were gonna cross the 100,000 threshold, but you've been struggling. But you know what? You know what this means, BC? When you do finally hit 100,000, it means you will feel like you actually earned it. You know, you took the hard route. The road less traveled. The one that was more gambling. Okay, let's paste. And let's zoom in. 1.07. And it looks like we didn't have any zoom on this one, so this should be good.
Care for those that cannot survive in the wild.
Okay.
Chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees.
Okay, so then we got to start replacing these guys. DSC 0194. This is a 4K 120 shot. 0194. 0194. 0194. Do 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 do. Do do do. To think that I was at one point only 15,000 from 100,000? Yeah, man. Gambling is not your friend today? Yeah. You gotta be like Kavai, you know, just gamble all of it, you know? Low base does that all the time. He just gambles it all. So. Oh, someone wants to duel me. What do I do again? Accept. Oh, good job. Good job. Whatever. You earned it this time, you know? Okay. 0194. So this file. Oh, yeah. It's like one of these moments. Okay. So then, unfortunately, the original file that I shot with is no longer. I deleted it. So we got to find it in my video itself. So let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see if we can find frame 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're looking for this awkward pose, and that's the third frame. So let's copy this guy first. All right, so we're looking for this shot. And this is when the chimp. Oh yeah, actually, this might be it. Yo, I think we just. I think we went right to the moment. I could be wrong, but I think this is it. So let me bring it over here. Oh shoot! Oh no! I did it. I have it. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Unfortunately, when I pasted it into this project timeline, it overwrote something I had because it was on the 5th track, not the 4th. So let me see. Can I copy this and then hit undo, undo, undo? And then can I paste it here? Hells yeah. Okay. We just did a little bit of time traveling manipulation. All right, let's join this heist. What is today? Oh yeah, welcome guys to day 70. So if you are new to the stream, welcome. I am a multi-streamer. So we've been on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick for the past 2 months of my live streaming journey. And I am currently on day 70. This is the 70th day of my journey being a live streamer. So welcome to a beautiful day. Today's been a really good day. Yo, I think we broke some records, like personal records. I think at one point YouTube had like 22 viewers. So yeah, I think the Nikon ZR hype is still out there, which is, you know, I'm gonna maximize as much as I can for that. And let's remember this day, day 70, when you see how excited I am at reaching 22 viewers on one platform. We hope, right? Somewhere in that distant future, there's gonna be a day where we're gonna be crossing 100 viewers on one platform, and that'll be the day for sure. But yeah, a long ways we've come. That'll be fun. What did I just do here? I lost my place. Oh yeah, here we go. So let's see if I grab the right frame. We're gonna first slow this down to 40%. And what did we say? Was it 3 frames? 1, 2, 3? No, we're off still. Okay. So we're looking for this moment. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, with the mouth open. Oh no, I think we were right, but I thought this clip was slowed down, but it wasn't. It looks like it's in normal speed. So let me reverse that. Let's bring it back to normal speed. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're still off by a little bit. We're off by 1 frame. Okay, because this is the 1, 2, 3. No. 3. What? Okay, what's going on here? What's going on? I'm not getting the exact same frame, so let's see. Change clip speed. Yeah, so the original shot was not slowed down. One, 2, 3. Okay, so should be like right here instead. I don't think I'm going to get an exact one, unfortunately, but this should be fine. So if I crop here, copy, paste, and we need to zoom in still. Okay, looks good. Did I lose PP? Damn, we all did. It's just not our day. DSC 0080. That's a 6K 60 frame shot. 6K 60 frame 0080. So let's go over here. 0080. There you are. Let's grab this footage. Yo, Marcus, thank you for following on YouTube. Hells yeah. Man. Yeah, anyways, I've said enough, but thank you very much. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to go to this one and paste it in. 6K 60 on track 5. Okay, let me keep that in mind. If it's on track 5, will I end up overriding anything? $6K. Shit, I did. Let's just drop it down one. 6K. There we go. And which shot is this? Okay, so when he's making that weird looking face. So we can cut all this out. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got it. It's more like a flat. No, I'm not seeing the line in the. Pursed lips. Pursed lips. Frame 1, 2, 3, 4. With an open mouth. Okay. So I must have skipped it. Yeah, okay, so it's somewhere here. I definitely have a real problem. You guys are basically getting to watch. If I don't know what kind of I don't know what a doctor would diagnose me with, but I clearly have some issue when it comes to like I don't have the ability to how do you say? I'm spending way too much time on this is what I'm saying. When most people would be like either find a faster way to work or not be so painstakingly like perfectionist. Frame 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we're off by 2 frames. 1, 2. Boom. So if we did this correctly, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, same one. Boom. Let's copy from this dead file, paste in, and there we go. And then let's add in the zoom effect to 1.07. 0128. Zero 0128. Okay, same activity here. Let's match it up. Okay, so the stomping moment is what I focused on. Stomp, there it is. There you are. Okay, so good news is somewhere early in the cut, or so I can cut the rest of this out. And now we do the painstaking thing of counting. Frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's a distinguishing mark. So 9 frames in is the first time we see his teeth. Frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. So we're off by 5, is that right? Okay, I might be off by 1 here. Let's just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I'm off by 1. Boom, and done there. Let's double check if I slowed it down. We did not, so we can copy the dead file, paste it, and apply. And zoom in by 1.07. Boom. Oh. I'm on 1 minute and 26 seconds, and so we still got like 80% more to go or something. But it'll be worth it for me personally, because obviously, yeah, oh yeah, in case you're just tuning in, so I was mentioning, we have a really cool experience happening soon. But basically, I got invited to some kind of an event where I'll share this documentary as part of that event, and I think it's going to be on a big like theater screen, so like a large screen. So I need to basically take this original shot or this documentary I filmed, but I needed to export it into certain settings for like, it has to be like DCI or DCP format for like those big screens, which means that I need to rework this footage because it's a different aspect ratio. So that's why you're seeing me do all this. But yeah, it'll be fun. So then hopefully I'll be able to see my documentary on a big ass screen. So that's going to be really cool. Hopefully everything looks good though. I have no idea. That's one thing that like you have to export this as a DCP format, and I've never done that before, and it looks so bizarre to me. There's like all these extra steps I need to follow, including like how to set up the audio tracks. So yeah, I need to learn all that. But I figure if this is going to be on a big screen, I absolutely want to make sure I have the best quality showcased. That would be very disappointing if I end up just taking what I've shot already, but then it gets weirdly compressed, or you know, it gets stretched out, or it's just not as good on the big screen. So I am spending this extra time to make sure everything looks perfect. Zero 536. $6K60. 0536. Oh, but did I already say? I'm losing my mind because I haven't eaten all day. What am I going to have as my first meal? The first meal of the day at most likely midnight. Oh, shoot. Is it too late? I need to order more acai. Hold on a minute. This is super important for me to do. Acai. I usually, okay, so I'm trying to be mindful about how I spend my money and all that, you know, smart stuff. But one of the things that is kind of like a guilty pleasure, although it's technically somewhat healthy, is I love acai. And there's this one acai store where you can purchase 5 tubs of 420 grams of acai in each tub for maybe like $50, $60. So not cheap, but it lasts me like at least like 2 to 3 weeks, because you just need a few scoops of that acai and it's really filling. So I end up extending it pretty long. So in my mind, I'm like, as far as like healthy, refreshing, because I usually have this after my dinner. So then after like spicy food or like my typical hot, you know, Asian food or whatever, this is a nice like cool down as a dessert, and it's healthy. So The shop is still open, so give me a second as I finish the delivery. I must have my acai. Okay, let's pay for it. Kavai, you asked, how did you get invited to that, and how did you get Nikon sponsored? I'll have my first meal soon as well. I can't. Sorry, I'm being a bit cryptic because I don't know what is considered public or not yet. So just bear with me a little bit in terms of, like, I don't know how much I can say still. I'm being overly cautious. There's nothing like, this is not like a private type thing or whatever, but just in case, I just want to be a little bit cryptic still. How did I get Nikon sponsored? I'm technically not sponsored by Nikon, or I'm not like an ambassador. I'm what they call a Nikon creator. So it's basically none of the perks of being an ambassador, but all the work. But yeah, no, it just means that they recognize that I am someone who creates with my Nikon gear quite often, and then I will occasionally do workshops for them. So sometimes I'll go to certain events where I'll do like presentations, or I'll teach, or I'll do like photo walks where you can join me, usually locally or in the region of Middle East Africa. And yeah, so I'm affiliated with them through different like opportunities, I guess, but it's not like I'm an ambassador or something, because I think that is so I think as far as like a photographer or videographer, like someone out there, the relationship you would want to achieve with a brand like Nikon would be being one of the ambassadors, and that I think comes with like all these amazing perks. So if you'll see, there's this one photographer. She's an ambassador for Nikon Europe. I think her name, oh shoot, I'm spacing on her name. Super cool photographer, videographer. She has like a YouTube channel and all that kind of stuff too. I think her name's Roxy, maybe. Roxy sounds familiar. And she was sharing some of the behind the scenes because, of course, she was, invited to test out the new ZR. But for her, she got like a whole film crew to join her. And I don't know, maybe she might have had extra days to shoot with the camera. So I'm assuming there's like prioritization plus like extra built-in resources and support. But for her, unless she paid for this, I don't know, but like she had like like 3 people traveling with her, someone carrying one of those big boom mics, and she's out in the wild, so it's like someone's wearing all the gear for it and like walking backwards with this stuff. I was like, yo, that is so cool. So that is like, it's not to say that's my dream, but that would be so cool if I can have a film crew, right? And then you travel everywhere, and like you having a team that you can rely on each other is something I've been missing for some time, and I would love to have that at some point. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, we need a paste. Let me drop this down. Paste it in here. And then the moment itself was when Easy is smiling at the camera, right? Yeah, showing his teeth. So let's look for that. Where is it? Ah, here we go. I think it's maybe here somewhere. So let's chop all this out. Let's bring this closer. And let's compare. Low base, hey, you said, hey, quick heads up. The bot's going to have a brief outage while I work on something. I'll have it back up soon. No worries, man. It's always good to know you're working on it. So, okay, let's count. Let's do our usual math here. So we got already mid-smile, looking off to the right. Frame 1, 2, 3. Okay. Eye shift. So 3 frames in, we get an eye shift down. And then it continues down. Okay, so let's see if we can find that moment. 3 frames in, right? 1, 2, 3. Is it this one? 1, 2, 3. No. Okay, we're off by 1 frame, I think. 1, 2, 3. No, I think we were right. Shit. Yeah, okay, so we were right. Copy, paste, apply, zoom. Although now that I'm looking at this, I think I need to make a quick adjustment. Let's just drop the footage down a bit. Beautiful. Okay, next shot. Ooh, it's one of my favorite chimps. 0773. 0773. Kavai said, so this extra work is because some or all original footage was deleted and you need to convert it for the big screen. Yeah, basically. Man, you said it much more succinct than I have so far. Yes. And the only additional thing I'll mention is that just to clarify a little bit, the original footage is with me. So I still have the original footage, which is the R3D NE codec. It's just that when I made the documentary, I didn't actually use the R3D NE codec original file. I had to convert it through one of the Red programs that they gave me access to convert it into like an Apple ProRes 4444 version. So that the it's readable by DaVinci. So I still work with the Red files, but I had to downgrade it a little bit to get it to something that DaVinci could understand. So basically, instead of a .r3d, so if you look here, you can see the file says .r3d, but in my actual project timeline, the ones that I'm removing are the ones that say .mov, because those are the ones I basically exported out into that format to continue using. So yeah, those MOV files, most of those I've now deleted. Some of them are still there because it's like on some external hard drive stuff that it's plugged into my computer, so it's not missing. But you can see here, for instance, this one's missing. So some of these are missing, but then even the ones that are not missing, I want to replace them because part of me just feels very perfectionist-y, where it's like, I have now the original file. I don't know how much of a difference it would make in terms of the color grading to have this R3D original file versus the .mov of the same thing. But part of me is like, why not? If I have it, I might as well use it. And also because I know I want to make more content from this documentary, right? So this is the 5-minute version, but I absolutely want to continue working on this where we can add in additional sections, for like other interview parts. There's so much content I had to cut out, right? So as we make like a 15-minute version, the more I can use with the actual proper footage that I want to shoot with, the better. So I have to do it at some point. I might as well do it now.
Number Island is
But yeah, to be honest, it's probably like, it won't be really noticeable at all in terms of the quality difference. I'm assuming it's probably going to be fairly similar, but in my mind, it'll always bother me. So remove marker. Okay, here technically I don't necessarily have to be so. It's just him staring, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay, we'll go with 4. Did I slow this clip at all? No. Yeah, it's good enough. Let's copy, paste, and zoom in 1.07.
But
What is that? There's a bit of a hop there.
Island is one.
Okay. It's very tedious though. So tedious. 0389 0389 0389. Copy and paste. BC, at least you're still on the top of the leaderboard though. Damn, you're at 40,000, man. What's going on? What the heck is going on?
One acre.
Okay, so basically just a straight shot when he's looking at the camera. Or okay, so we just look for the moment. Must be right here. Okay. Let's bring it over. Okay, so I need a portion where no changes in the... Okay, I think it's something from there. So let's say if we cut here. Perfect. Copy the dead, apply to the new, and zoom in to fit screen. And same thing, I think I'll make a slight improvement to this by just dropping the footage down a bit, because the face is hugging the top a little too close. All right, DSC0203. So now that's a missing file.
Number island is 100 acre.
So this file.
Island about 9
Okay. This is of Aikuru, the chimp.
acre.
0203 is also a 6K. 0203, 6K, 60 frames per second. There you are. Let's copy that over. Kavai, you said, how big of a gap do you think there is between Apple ProRes codec or the Samsung equivalent? What do you mean Samsung? Sony or hold on. Can you clarify what you mean by the Samsung equivalent? I've never used any Samsung codecs or anything else. How big of a gap do you think there is between Apple ProRes codec or the Samsung equivalent and the one you shot with for this documentary? Basically, what's the advantage? What are the advantages a camera has over the... Oh, okay, so you did mean the Samsung. Gotcha. Okay. So what are the advantages the camera has over the newest phones out today? I shoot Cine style H.264, so all editing I do is color grade and export to MP4. All these codecs things get confusing. You can't compare the two, I would say. And so why I feel somewhat confidently about that, although to be fair, I know with the new iPhone 17 and stuff, it's like even better, right? So without having ever used Samsung, I'm going to compare it based on my usage of the iPhone. So for some of my trips in the past year and a half when I've been traveling, I actually shot a few shots with my iPhone with in Apple ProRes RAW. So they allow you to shoot RAW on your iPhone. But the thing is, like, the quality is just nowhere comparable, right? So, you know, you would see some of my ProRes RAW footages that I captured with the iPhone, and it's like still immediately apparent that there are limitations more quickly in terms of how much you can play with that file compared to anything from Nikon or, you know, Sony, Canon, whatever. So I think the leap is still quite drastic. So in terms of quality, like, these codecs are so much better. Everything from the dynamic range that's possible to the colors, yeah, all of that. The thing that I think Samsung, iPhone, those kind of things have an advantage for is, one, quick access, right? So the ability to shoot anywhere, anytime, and stability. Nothing beats the stabilization of, like, you know, shooting with your iPhone. You can, like, literally, you could be running and holding your phone out and, like, trying to pan and, like, capture some shot, and it can still end up looking super, super stable. Where that's, like, almost impossible without a gimbal with the big cameras, right? Like the professional cameras. So, yeah, I think it just doesn't compare in terms of colors and stuff. But then also, I'll take a step back a little bit. It depends what you're shooting for. Because if you're shooting for something that's going to be for social media and on a small screen, then, like, maybe in some ways it's actually not even that noticeable. It's better just shoot with the Samsung. But for, like, a YouTube channel or, like, you know, stuff like that, 4K quality, yeah, I don't think the Samsungs or the iPhones are anywhere near that yet. But who knows, man? I've been hearing about that iPhone 17. Is it like a 50 megapixel sensor or something crazy? And I don't know. There are some really crazy technology out there. All right, so we need the moment where you see Aikuru with her eyes closed. I must have skipped it. Okay, must be here. Must be that, right? Yes, yes. So that's the first frame, second, 3, 4, 5. When the light glints. Okay. Let's look for that. Let's go. Oh, wait, no, I think I'm already off. Wait. Oh, it's just that it's so dark I can't see that eye. Alright, fine. What did I say? Is 5? 1. Okay, so frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're off by 1 frame. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's crop that. And copy the dead. Apply to the new. And zoom to fit.
I like 100-acre 100-acre island, 100-acre island, 100-acre island.
Okay, something about that. I think I need to restabilize it, but let me just double check.
It is a 100-acre island.
Okay, it is the right moment, but we need to restabilize it.
Acre island, about 90-acre island, about 95, 96 acre island, about.
Okay. Kavai said, nice. I see all these shot on iPhone movies and wonder if I could see much of a difference, especially looking from my phone. For personal projects, do you still use a camera or the newest phone? I always use my cameras. Like I said, to me, it's just the quality is just not the same. Like shooting with an iPhone, it's like getting really good, and if I need a stable shot, then it's super nice. Yeah, there are some shots where it just depends. Like if you're shooting in like perfect lighting, then the iPhone can capture some incredible shots, right? It has good HDR for that as well. But the moment you're putting the camera through stress, like low light situations or anything like that, then it becomes that much more noticeable that the iPhone just can't maximize to that level. And it's all like you don't have any. Like also imagine the lenses that you're using, right? So if you're using some high, amazing low aperture lenses or whatever, it's like how can you get that quality with an iPhone, with their telephoto capabilities? It's just not the same. But yeah, it always depends. I know there's I still haven't seen 28 Years Later. I really want to watch that movie. I just haven't had time to watch it, but I know there's that one scene that people talk about where it was shot on iPhone, but I think it's a little bit misleading. And even the way Apple used to do their announcements where it's like, hey, this whole thing was shot on iPhone. It's like, okay, really? Was it really just shot on an iPhone? It's like, oh, well, I mean, it was an iPhone attached to 1,000 different things, which cost thousands of dollars. So it's not like a true, hey, I just had the iPhone, I filmed this multi-million-dollar Hollywood project. It's like, no. You had a crazy expensive rig where you attached an iPhone or multiple iPhones that were all hooked up to proper lighting and proper gimbals and synchronization, other kinds of gear all together to get you that cinematic shot. So I don't know. It's not there yet. Exactly. If you have perfect light, then maybe. Yeah, exactly. So it's if you're in if I were to use my iPhone right now for my stream camera, I feel like it actually could look pretty decent, right? Because then it's just about how much light do you have around you that you can control for certain factors. But yeah, honestly, if you have the new iPhone 17 or the Samsung whatever, and then I just put that there instead of this camera, because the iPhone also has, and I'm assuming Samsung, it's got a decent aperture. It can blur things out a bit. There's digital software that does it as well. I think even within OBS. So it's yeah, what's to stop you? Do you really need to have a high-powered camera to be your stream or your YouTube camera, per se? Probably not. I think these days it could be really good. But once you're out in the wild, I would never want to rely... As of now, there's no trust that I have with shooting with an iPhone for anything more than vlogging. So if I have to quickly capture some selfie moments, or, like I said, the other big benefit is if need stable shots, where it's I don't have a gimbal, I've got my amazing Nikon ZR or Z9, whatever, but I'm on horseback or I'm on something where it's so bumpy, I know I'm not going to be able to salvage that shot at a certain point. Whereas with the iPhone or a GoPro action cameras, that's where those things shine, right? Lightweight, built-in crazy stabilization, and yeah. Apple is great at tomfoolery. I.e., making you feel it can do anything, or it's the best at everything. Don't believe the hype. To be fair, I think every company does that. Every company always seems to never. If this is the truth, what they say is at the ceiling, right? They always find wherever the ceiling is of believability or legality, and they'll literally brush up on the ceiling. It's without exception. It's a game of what can I get away with. Yo, what's up, Nico? Hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream. It's a bit late for you, right? Usually you're like the first one on. Although I think I started an hour or two later than I usually do. But welcome to the stream. I've been having a very fun stream today. Hopefully people in the chat have felt the same. But we've made some progress, although it's been really, really tiresome work. Really boring work in my opinion. But hopefully I can spice it up by talking about what I'm doing. Oh, my acai's here. Yo, give me a second. My acai has arrived. I don't want it to melt. Hold on. Be right back. Oh my god.
Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too.
Whew. Okay, I was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected. Hey, who needs breakfast, you know? Alright. After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera. Okay, I got my acai. Even though I haven't eaten dinner yet, I'm almost more excited for the acai than I am for real food. Acai is so damn good. Shout out to the Brazilians. Is it a Brazilian thing? Shout out to South America. I think acai comes from there. Wait, am I just making shit up? Hold on. Amber, quick, where is acai from originally?
Acai originally comes from the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. It's a South American native palm tree berry, so that's its home turf.
Okay. Amber always has to have the last word. King Kruk, what's up? And Nico as well. Came to say hello and go. I have to go. Yeah, I was assuming, Nico, you're just popping in to say hi because I usually feel like you're studying at this point. But thank you for popping in. I appreciate your presence. Thank you. King Kruk says, just attach a $40,000 lens to your phone and get some good footage. Oh, wait, you know what? One of my very first YouTube video that I made ever, like in terms of like actually proper video, was a video where I compared the 400mm f2.8 lens and camera to the iPhone. Man, I did a whole thing about this. I need to promote myself more often. I mean, it was just like a fun video. It wasn't meant to be like a viral video or anything. It was just me. It was my first attempt ever at like, can I create content? Yeah, can I create something that's got a talking head element? Hold on, let me find this video. I don't even know where to find it. Maybe I just go by oldest video. Yeah. Okay. I had a launch video, but that doesn't count because that was just like me saying, "Hey, I'm starting YouTube now." This is my very first video. Okay. And I won't get copyright struck, so I can actually play this. Hold on a second. Let me drag it over. Kavai said, bro, your stream setup is honestly the best. Ooh, nice. It's because of the cat, yeah? And I want to watch that. Be right back. Desert video now. Oh, you're gonna. Oh, thank you for watching it yourself. Because not that it matters, because this video is from so long ago, and you know, it's not like any views now is gonna make it go viral. I think it's got like 800 views on it, which was, you know what, that's actually really good for my channel. That's like, if I get a video that's close to 1,000 views, I'm happy. We're cooking, as they say. Okay, let's check out this video while we edit. So you know what? I'll edit photos while I do this. So this video was the iPhone 15 Pro versus a $15,000 Nikon lens. Epic desert zoom battle. And I actually want to hear this because I have a feeling, I'm curious how my audio quality was for my voice. Because again, this is like, I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't, but I know more, right? So let's see. Oh, I should probably turn on the volume first. And this is my old apartment. So basically my previous apartment was like a mirror image of this apartment, literally mirrored. So instead of my desk set up here, I had the exact same desk and everything, but it was just on the other side of the room. So yeah, everything for the most part was able to be kept from my old apartment to this new one. All right, let's play this bad boy.
Vast desert landscape with
Ooh, that audio quality. Ooh, oh my god. And it's so low. Like the volume is so low. I don't know what to do to fix that. Yo, Jonas, thank you very much. Nordquist. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, let's play this. Oh man, this is gonna be so embarrassing almost.
Today we are in Dubai's vast desert landscape with a challenge. Can a $1,500 iPhone 15 Pro's zoom capabilities compete against a $15,000 Nikon Super Telephoto lens? And how will they perform when capturing a Jeep Wrangler racing across the sand dunes of Dubai? Well, let's find out.
Let's find out.
Hey everyone,
Obviously,
my
it's
name
not
is
going to
Yobel,
compete.
and I am a travel photographer and videographer.
Yo, that voice, it
focused
just
on
sounds
sharing-
it sounds so robotic. Also, man, I'm so disappointed in myself. I need to hit the gym and lose weight again. I look so much skinnier here. Or maybe, I think I look skinnier here. Damn, I have to take care of my body more. Nordquist sounds Norwegian like myself. Oh, is it actually? Wait, did I even say it correctly? Because it's not Nordquist, it's Nordqvist. Nordqvist.
the best of the world.
Okay,
with
I need
the rest of
to
the world through my lens.
exercise.
Today's
more.
video, a bit unusual. We're taking the latest iPhone 15 Pro and a Pro level Nikon lens out into the wild to see how they stack up against each other. Now, I'm not going to hide it, I am a big fan of my camera gear. They've been my trusted, albeit expensive, companions on countless adventures.
Man, I
throughout
was
the
also
world.
talking much slower
But
here.
hey, the tech world keeps spinning and smartphones are stepping up their game, and we should treat it seriously and test it for ourselves.
Dude, this
We're
is
not
like
just
cringe.
comparing tech specs here, we're going to take these cameras out into the wild to see how they truly perform. For this trip, I decided to pack up a few different gear.
This is my baby though.
400mm lens, of course, coupled with my Nikon Z9 camera. We have the iPhone 15 Pro, a powerhouse in a pocket, with a cute photo of my cat for extra good luck, the DJI Mini 4 Pro for some epic landscape shots, and the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal, which shout out to Zhiyun for lending me as I take it for a test drive on this shoot, but also for some upcoming travel vlog adventures. And by the way, the lighting you see in my home studio is all provided by Zhiyun, so as you can tell, I am a big fan. So with that, let's get the show on the road, as they say.
Do they say?
I met up with my friend Dimitris in his Jeep Wrangler, which will be the subject of today's shoot.
Man,
And
also,
by the way,
okay, you know what?
check-
It's probably a good thing I'm doing this. I should have done this earlier. Just to keep like reflecting or like introspection, if you will. But yeah, listening to this, I can see that for all the complaints I have about my talking style, it could be worse. As in, like, when I'm listening to myself from my first video, I see that I have made improvements since then. One, with the audio quality, so having a better microphone and all that. But I think I was talking a little bit too slowly in this. And I was also talking with a type of pitch in my voice that sounded very airy and like, yeah, it was a slightly higher pitched and more, yeah, it's like, hi, we're doing this today. And it feels a bit more presenty versus like normal. So, yeah, okay. It's actually, this is a good thing. It's very cringe for me to hear myself, especially in this kind of thing. But anyways.
Check out Dimitris' YouTube channel for his incredible content, linked in
Yeah,
the
shout out to
description
Demetrius,
below.
by the way.
After a quick drive out of the main city and into the desert landscape, we were ready to get the action started. Now, unlike the iPhone, my 400mm Super Telephoto lens requires a bit of assembly. I may be biased, but putting it all together is sort of half the fun. At least I tell myself that. Or as I told Dimitris,
this is to me what your Jeep is to you, okay?
It is an expensive
Protect
lens,
this
okay?
bad boy.
I think it's actually like
Protect this
$17,000.
bad boy in-
Actually, yeah, I think the lens itself was like $16,000 to $17,000, but I think I said 15,000 just to keep it in line with the iPhone 15 Pro, like the numbers. And also, I think I did see that it was 15,000 in some markets. So I was like, you know what, that's good enough. So, Troy said lens is amazing. I'd shoot more wildlife if I had a good long lens. Yeah, I mean, I do think while it's so expensive, it was one of my best purchases ever, for sure. Because then once you buy it, it depends. It's one of those, if you buy it, it depends if you use it. If you don't use it, then obviously you're burning money. Why? You could have spent 15,000 on anything. But for me, I bought it knowing that this was going to take me to the next level. I had a bunch of trips lined up. There's just everything about it. I was like, okay. It also then it made me excited to go on more travels, to shoot with it and everything else. So yeah. Kavai said, I think your shoulders look wider now. So unless you're in 10 to 12% body fat, I don't know if it's worth to lose weight. Trust me, there's a lot of body fat that I'm hiding right now because you don't see everything. I in the past year, because of the traveling schedule and also now that I'm home and I'm editing all the time, I have not been good about going to the gym at all. I have my own home workout session stuff. I have everything I need here, but I just haven't had the same motivation or the time. But that's not a good enough excuse. So at the very least, my diet has been okay, which is what keeps me from like being a full-on fat ass. But in terms of maintaining muscle mass and stuff like that, that's completely gone. Funny enough, all my traveling actually helped me maintain my weight and everything, because my trips, I end up losing body fat because I'm lugging around big ass cameras. You're hiking, trekking, shooting at the airport with all the luggage. You burn through so much calories from the way I travel. But now that I'm home and I haven't really traveled since the start of the summer, I appreciate what you're saying, but it's not true. Do more wonders. You're saying deep bloating would do more wonders. Potassium, sweating from cardio every day, drinking 3 liters of water. I do need to drink more water as well. If sparkling water counts, then yeah. I can send over a guide if you want. I'm in the world's best look maxing community. Feel free, send it over to me for sure. I kind of know my body well enough in terms of, so I grew up with wrestling. I grew up with sports. I grew up with like crazy cutting, like losing 10 pounds every week, regaining it, just some crazy cycles. So I do genuinely, and like before this past 2 years, I used to be super, super fit, but yeah. It's the 2.8. That's the money. Yeah, for sure. That 2.8. Whew.
Indeed. So once the camera and lens were ready to go and we were done with our fun, we began mapping out potential driving paths and how best to frame the upcoming scenes. But hey, the best way to pick up just jump in and take a fun little test drive ourselves.
That was fun. It was fun shooting this.
Oh my god.
Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too.
Whew. Okay, it was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected.
Actually,
Hey,
this was a good example though of the stabilization. I think I show it in the video, but the stabilization on the iPhone is so amazing, right? Like you can't. I wish my Nikon cameras. I wish any of the Pro cameras could be as stable as what you get with this.
breakfast, you know? Alright.
After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera and iPhone. We probably could have called it a day after a few takes, but let's be honest, the kids in us could not resist the joy of
Oh man, I can also hear my voice. This is when I was sick. So I was like super congested, but I had no choice but to like film everything during that session. So I can hear it in my voice there. I was like, holy shit, I was so congested. Kavai said, "Oh, amazing! I like martial arts too. I can send it over on Discord. Yeah, please do." And then we have someone in the chat who's joined as of yesterday, Service USA. He like does documentaries on martial art instructors. So yeah, feel free to send it through there. Troy said, "I rented a 300 2.8 once and was just blown away." Yo, I was saying this yesterday too. If Nikon comes out with the 300 f2.8 lens, that would quickly become my favorite lens, I'm sure. Because 400 is fantastic, but sometimes I feel like 300 would be a bit more usable for certain wildlife moments. Plus, I'm assuming it will be lighter. And, with the camera qualities, it's easier to punch in sometimes. So, yeah, if I have a little bit of backed up space, if I have a bit more space, and then if I have to punch in like in post, I'm happy with that. 300 would be nice. I'll see if I can find one of those pics to share. Yes, please.
An entire lazy afternoon in our own dusty playground, kicking up sand just because we can. As the day drew to a close, I also had the chance to try out the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for the first time. And let me tell you, it's shaping up to be a fantastic addition for my upcoming global adventures. But as for today's desert shoot, that's a wrap. Now that we've returned from our sandy escapade, it's time to examine the footage. We'll begin with the photographs. For context, I use the highest possible quality settings on the smartphone.
So again, I still have the same iPhone 15 Pro.
For context, I use the highest possible.
Yeah, so you can shoot what, 4K 60 frames, 1080 240, 4K 30. I thought there was something about the RAW. Maybe it's under formats.
Quality settings on the smartphone.
Yeah, high efficiency, photos 24 megapixel. Yeah, Pro RAW. So I don't know if it's Pro Res RAW. I don't know, but it's basically the Pro RAW Max. So what does it say here? Show camera control for Pro RAW and maximum resolution up to 48 megapixel. 48 megapixel can be captured on the main camera at 1x. Night mode flash macros at 12 megapixel. Live photos are at 12 or 24. Pro RAW. Okay, so yeah. Pro RAW is a 10-bit file that uses the linear DNG format to retain more information, dynamic range in the file, providing additional flexibility when editing exposure and white balance. So, yeah, so it's capped at 10-bit, which is like good, right? But at the very least, just from my personal tests, especially since I was shooting the NRAW at 12-bit, I just felt one, higher dynamic range, or like a wider dynamic range, and the colors just look much better, more exciting. I don't know, there's no better way to say it. It just felt more exciting working with the files. Whereas with the iPhone, the ProRes, when I was shooting RAW, it would feel nice. It would feel clean. It felt like a clean footage, but it didn't feel exciting. It didn't feel like one of those footages where you want to do stuff to it besides doing the color correction and then just, moving on. So ignore the landscapes working on this. Okay, I'll check it in a second.
Which are adjustable in the camera settings. Cutting straight to the chase, the iPhone's photo quality, it doesn't come close to the heavyweight combo of my professional camera and lens. Take this shot, for example. The Jeep is clearly a good distance away. And notice this solitary bush?
Yes.
Remember it, as we will refer back to it for tracking later on.
Noted.
Zooming in, there's an evident amount of noise, presenting as a grainy texture, especially in areas that should be smooth, like the sand and the Jeep's surface. Now, what if the Jeep is only a few meters away? At first glance, these shots seem of higher quality. However, a closer look reveals a slew of noise, distortion, and other imperfections. And while I'm no authority on the matter, I suspect the iPhone falters in capturing crisp images of fast-moving subjects, despite the fast shutter speed settings, which were at times upwards of 1/2100th of a second. Consider this final photo of the stationary Jeep. It's the only one in this series where the details are razor sharp. Unfortunately, the iPhone has its limitations, lacking quick, on-the-fly adjustments for shutter speed, aperture, ISO, and focus while you're shooting. So how did the 400mm lens perform?
I mean, this is like an obvious, I was just doing this for fun, but
quality is night
obviously
and day. These sequences
difference is
showcase
drastic.
Clean images, with the subject being incredibly sharp and virtually noise-free. Not only that, I could zoom and crop extensively without sacrificing quality, to the extent that I could have captured photos of Dimitris inside his drifting car, picking his nose if he did, catching him in 4K so to speak. He didn't actually, but you get the point. Now for a side-by-side comparison, the iPhone on the left, Nikon on the right. Using the bush as our marker, you'll notice the distant Jeep in the Nikon shot is still strikingly clear, especially when zoomed in, unlike the iPhones. Photography is, after all, quite subjective, so as a parting thought, I present to you these 4 photos, allowing you, the audience, to judge which captures your preference. Let's shift our focus to video capture, starting with this raw footage of the Jeep. And here's what it looks like with a little bit of editing magic. Any guesses which device captured this? If you said iPhone, you're spot on. Shooting in 4K Apple ProRes Log delivers stunning quality, but let's talk reach. Yes, there's up to 9 times the optical zoom from the standard lens, but when does the video start losing its edge? To find out, I recorded my phone screen while zooming. At the full 9x zoom, frankly, the footage was too soft to be practical. But as the Jeep drew nearer and I dialed back the zoom to about 4 to 3.5 times the zoom, clarity improved noticeably, bringing the Jeep into sharper focus. While many elements affect video quality on the iPhone, our spotlight today is zoom capability, so we'll save the deeper technical discussions for another time.
That time never came, by the way.
As we reach the grand finale, the question still looms. Can the 400mm lens dramatically outshine the iPhone 15 Pro's zoom capabilities? Let's take a look. Here's the unedited raw footage. After some creative adjustments, cinematic. While our focus is zoom, the prowess of the camera files and the lens's clarity can't be ignored. It's not just about bringing distant objects closer, it's about capturing each moment with artistic finesse. Consider how the Jeep remains sharply in focus even from afar, and notice the bokeh effect, making the sand kicked up into the air appear as a smooth cascade, all while the Jeep is sharply defined.
I'm not sure if that's because of the bokeh, to
soft
be fair.
backdrop. There are, of course, trade-offs. The heft of the camera and lens combo challenges steady handheld shots. And with the fixed lens as opposed to the iPhone's variable zoom, once the subject gets too close, I'm constrained by the frame. But these constraints can spur creativity, like in this shot, where I zeroed in on just the Jeep's front tire. It reveals the art of motion in the sand, capturing the tire's intricate dance across the dune, each grain of sand part of the performance. And while the iPhone offers a versatile dance partner, the 400mm lens invites us to a ballet, where every detail is part of the choreography. So as we wrap up this section, remember, cameras are tools, but vision is the true artist. So here's my thoughts.
Yeah. So anyways, that was my very first talking head YouTube video. Oh yeah, and then I guess, I put all the other reasons why, but yeah, it's fun. We've come a long ways, okay? That's the main thing.
To earlier, I'm planning to use it extensively for capturing behind the scenes, vlog, and selfie moments, all on my upcoming international trips. Which, by the way, subscribe to my channel so you don't miss out when I post these videos very shortly. But back to the iPhone. This latest technological marvel is a true revolution in the space, as it introduces.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the rest is self-evident, but we've come a long ways. But I've also gained more weight at the same time, so not always a good progress, let's say. King Kruk, he said 400 2.8. Yes, it is the best lens for sure, especially the Nikon 400 2.8, because it's got a built-in teleconverter, which then bumps it up to 500 something. It's like 1.5x teleconverter, or 1.4. Jesus, I don't know. But yeah, the fact that you have it built in is quite a nice touch, especially for a video. Troy, you said, I want to do that drive. That looks awesome. It was very fun. So Demetrius had a Jeep. So then, and he was super supportive of me as I started my YouTube channel. So he's like, yo, you just need to do something. So he absolutely pushed me to, make something, right? Because I was like, okay, I want to do the YouTube channel. I've got the YouTube channel now. I don't know what content I need to create. It depends on my travels. And he's like, just go out. I'm going to drive you. We're going to do a shoot together. And so, yeah, he kind of pushed me to make that video. So, yeah, shout out to him. Design Thyself on YouTube. Yeah, it was very, very, very fun. Very scary when you're in the Jeep during like those drifting and stuff. Because he'd been taking lessons, right? There's a big community of like dune bashers in Dubai. So King, you said, Yobel, we need a what's in my bag video from you, fam. Yeah, look, we'll definitely do that. Oh yes, and on that note, King Kruk, I did have a company reach out to me to test out one of their travel bags, so I'm really excited about this. I can share more once it arrives and all that fun stuff. But we're finally getting some traction. There's like some coolness now where companies actually reach out, which is cool. Like obviously I want to maintain that momentum, and hence why these product reviews are super important that I get done quickly. But hopefully that means we'll do a lot more of these kind of product reviews. And yeah, like what's in my bag, my advice, things like that. Radu, you said, by me, it's late and I have to go to bed. Yes, it is also late for me too. It was a long day for me. It's been great watching you. You're great, and I really like what you present. See you. Thank you very much, Radu. I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for being here on a late evening for you. And have a good night. And I'll see you in the next stream. We'll be here every day. Troy, you said LOL. Yes, it's a lol moment. Okay, so as I was saying that, it is about 11:30 p.m. my time. I didn't stream too long today, I don't think. Oh, no, wait, what am I talking about? It's a 5-hour stream. That's decent. Man, it feels like a long time ago when I used to do like 7 to 8 hours every day. That was in the first month and a half of my streaming journey. We were streaming like crazy hours. But I did have to dial it back ever since I got back from the Nikon ZR project. Just because then taking 2 weeks off to travel and then creating that content, it pushed everything that I need to get done really far behind. So I have been dialing back the streaming hours a bit so I can make use of the off-stream hours to get more of that stuff done. So you know what? I've had a wonderful stream today. Again, thank you everyone. Thank you for the people who subscribed and donated, but all of you guys who've contributed. Almost more importantly, all of you guys who just engage in the chat, make this feel like a community. I do very much appreciate that. It's like, if there's one thing, and I am going to make a video about my first 30 days, my first 2 months of live streaming, and like what have I learned, what were some of the feedback, or all that kind of stuff. But one of the things that I imagine is the most daunting for most people, if you're considering being a YouTuber or a live streamer or content creator, it's like that fear or that feeling that like, will anyone even care? Will people even want to tune in? Are you of interest of whatever you do? And so every time one of you guys, it doesn't matter what you say, as long as it's not like, you know, something against TOS, but if you guys are in the chat typing away, that feels very, what's the word I'm looking for? Validating. It feels very validating that even if it's just one person who's finding what I do of interest, and that one person is not my mom or my dad, but like someone not related to me or who knows me in person, okay, cool. Then it's like we're on to something. And so any of you guys who do chat, just know that I do very much appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed. It's a cool feeling for sure. And then the goal is like, can we just, you know, let's ride that momentum even further. So I appreciate everyone. Rowdy said, thanks. I'll try to join as much as I can. Hells yeah. Okay. I will also say goodbye now at 11:24 p.m. I have some acai waiting for me. And, you know, that's all I need to say. Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow roughly